Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I never thought I'd be sharing this. It's been 2 years since I finally got away, but I still wake up some nights with my heart racing, feeling like she's watching me. I've tried therapy, meditation, even moving to a different apartment, but some of the things that happen just can't be explained away by psychology. I met her at a coffee shop near campus. I was 20, struggling through my second year of college, feeling pretty lost. She just sat down at my table one day when all the others were full. I remember she had these intense green eyes that seemed to look right through me. We started talking about the book I was reading, and 3 hours later, we were still there. It was like I'd known her my entire life. The first 6 months were perfect, absolutely perfect. We'd go on random road trips, staying in cheap motels and exploring little towns nobody's ever heard of. We'd stay up all night talking about everything and nothing. I'd never laughed so much with anyone. She was spontaneous, passionate, and made me feel alive in ways I never had before. I thought I'd found my person, you know? I remember the exact moment things started to shift. We were lying in bed one night, and she started telling me about her spiritual practices. She called herself a witch. At first, I thought it was just a quirky thing. Lots of people are into crystals and tarot cards. But then she started talking about how she prayed to Lilith and placed curses on people who crossed her. I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just talk, maybe even a joke. I was raised pretty secular, so I wasn't bothered by alternative spiritual beliefs. I actually thought it was kind of interesting, but looking back, I should have paid more attention to how her eyes changed when she talked about cursing people. There was something cold there, something hungry. The first time she got violent was about 8 months in. It came out of nowhere. We were having a stupid argument about dishes or something equally trivial. I turned to walk away, and suddenly she grabbed my arm, spinning me around so hard I fell. I'll never forget the look on her face as she started hitting me. She was smiling, not an angry smile, but like she was genuinely enjoying herself. She dragged me through our apartment by my hair. I was screaming, but our neighbors never came. She slammed my head against walls, against our glass shower door. I remember the sound of my skull hitting the glass and thinking it would shatter. There was blood everywhere, from my nose, from where my lips split, from a cut on my forehead. When I finally managed to break away, I ran for the door. She blocked me, refusing to give me my phone or keys. I was trapped. I remember pleading with her, not recognizing the person standing in front of me. Eventually, I managed to push past her and ran out in just a t-shirt and pajama shorts, no shoes, in the middle of February. I ran to the 7-Eleven 2 blocks away and begged them to call the police. She was arrested that night. I had bruises all over my body, a concussion, and needed stitches above my eye. The police took pictures, filed reports. I got a temporary restraining order. But then she started calling from jail, crying, begging forgiveness, saying she'd kill herself if I didn't drop the charges. After 3 days of non-stop calls and messages from her friends telling me how broken she was, I dropped the charges. I believed her when she said it would never happen again. It was the biggest mistake of my life. The abuse got worse after that. She knew I wouldn't go to the police again. She'd hit me where clothes would cover the bruises. She isolated me from my friends, convinced me my family was toxic. She'd check my phone constantly, accuse me of cheating if I was 5 minutes late from class. She'd wake me up in the middle of the night to scream at me about things I supposedly did in her dreams. But the scariest part wasn't the physical abuse. It was how she'd switch between this loving girlfriend who'd bring me flowers and take care of me when I was sick, to this completely different person who seemed to hate me. The way she could flip a switch was terrifying, and there were moments when she'd hurt me and have this look in her eyes like she was somewhere else. enjoying it on a level I couldn't understand. She started doing these rituals in our bathroom. I'd wake up and find weird symbols drawn in what looked like blood on our mirror. She'd collect my hair from my hairbrush, my fingernail clippings. Once I found her whispering over a cup with what I'm pretty sure was my period blood mixed with herbs. When I confronted her, she said she was binding us together so I could never leave her. About 10 months into the relationship, she convinced me I was having a mental breakdown. I'd been crying all the time, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. I couldn't focus on school. I was failing classes. She told everyone I was suicidal, that I was hallucinating. One day she drove me to the hospital saying she was taking me to lunch, but instead took me to the emergency psychiatric unit, telling them I'd threatened to kill myself. I was admitted for a week. At first I was furious. I felt betrayed, but being away from her for those 7 days was the clearest my head had been in months. The psychiatrists didn't think I was psychotic or suicidal at all once they evaluated me. One nurse gently suggested that my relationship sounded abusive. It was the first time someone had named what was happening to me. When I got out, I pretended everything was normal for 2 weeks while secretly planning my escape. I reached out to a college friend whose texts my ex had previously forced me to ignore. I packed a bag bit by bit, hiding items at the back of my closet. The day I left, I waited until she went to work, then took everything I could carry and disappeared. I blocked her number, stayed with my friend, and filed for a permanent restraining order the next day. She violated it 3 times. Once by showing up at my new job, once by waiting outside my class, and once by breaking into my friend's apartment when I was alone. Each time the police were called, but she was only held overnight. She'd stand just far enough away that technically she wasn't violating the order. I'd see her watching me from across the street. Then the weird stuff started happening. Things would fly off shelves whenever I mentioned her name. Electronics would malfunction. I'd wake up with scratches on my back that I couldn't have given myself. The worst was when I was sitting with my friend about 3 months after the breakup. We were talking about everything that had happened, and I was holding a joint we were about to smoke. No lighter was out yet. It was still in my friend's pocket. As I said, "I think she really believes she has powers." The joint suddenly burst into flames in my fingers. Not the tip, the whole thing, like it had been doused in gasoline. I dropped it in shock, and it burned a hole in the carpet before we could put it out. My friend and I just stared at each other. There was no explanation, no logical explanation at all. After that incident, I was too scared to even say her name out loud. I started having horrible nightmares. In them, she'd be standing over my bed, but her face would be different, twisted with black eyes. I'd try to scream but couldn't make a sound. I'd wake up with my sheets soaked in sweat, sometimes with bruises I couldn't explain. I finally broke down and talked to my aunt's friend, who knows about spiritual stuff, not a psychic or anything, just someone who studied different traditions. She told me that my ex had likely placed multiple curses on me and my family, using my pain and sadness to gain power. She said some people who practice dark magic believe they can harness negative energy, and that my ex was probably feeding off my fear, even from a distance. The woman helped me perform a protection ritual and cleansed my new apartment. She gave me protective herbs to keep by my bed and taught me a prayer of protection to say every morning and night. Whether it was psychological or something else, it helped. The nightmares became less frequent. The random objects stopped flying off shelves, but I still feel her sometimes. When I'm alone in my apartment, I'll get this sudden chill, like someone's watching me. I'll catch a whiff of her perfume when there's no way she could be there. Sometimes my phone will ring with no caller ID, and when I answer, there's just breathing on the other end. The restraining order expired 6 months ago. I didn't renew it because I heard she moved to another state. But part of me is still terrified she'll come back, or worse, that she doesn't need to be physically near me to hurt me. What keeps me up at night isn't just fear for myself. It's knowing she's probably out there right now, doing the same thing to someone else. Finding another girl who's lonely or vulnerable, making her feel special and loved, then slowly destroying her, using her pain to feed whatever dark thing is inside her. And I don't know how to stop it. I still have no explanation for the joint bursting into flames, for objects moving when they shouldn't, for the scratches that would appear on my skin. I don't know if I believe in curses or dark magic, but I know what I experienced was real, and sometimes I wonder if by leaving her I only made her more determined to hurt me in ways that can't be seen. Story 2. I'm still struggling to make sense of what's been happening in my house. I've tried telling myself it's just my imagination, but there's no way all these things can be explained away. It started about 2 months ago with something so small and weird that I almost didn't give it a second thought. I was alone in the kitchen making dinner. Nothing special, just chopping some vegetables and heating up the stove. I had peeled a head of garlic and set the cloves on the cutting board. I turned around to grab a pan from the cabinet, and I heard this weird thwack sound behind me. When I turned back, one of the garlic cloves was missing from the cutting board. I looked down and found it on the floor. But not just anywhere on the floor. It was against the wall, about 6 feet away from where I was standing. At first I thought maybe I'd accidentally knocked it off the counter somehow, but that didn't make sense. The garlic would have just fallen straight down if I bumped it. There's no way it could have traveled horizontally across the kitchen and hit the wall with enough force to make that sound. It was like someone had picked it up and thrown it. I remember standing there for a good minute, just staring at that stupid garlic clove, trying to figure out how it got there. I eventually shrugged it off as one of those weird, unexplainable things, but now I realize it was just the beginning. About a week later, we had some visitors over for dinner. My mum's friends from her book club. Nothing unusual happened during their visit, but within 24 hours, everyone in my family got sick, and I don't mean a little sick. I'm talking about the kind of sick where you're hugging the toilet all night and feeling like death warmed over. The weird thing was that none of our visitors got ill, just us. My grandmother, who lived with us at the time, was convinced something had come home with the visitors. She kept saying, "There's something not right in this house now." I thought she was just being superstitious. She grew up in a small village where people believed in all kinds of spirits and omens. I used to roll my eyes when she'd talk about that stuff, but now I'm not so sure. It was maybe 3 days after everyone recovered from being sick that I saw him for the first time. I was coming out of the bathroom in the middle of the night, half asleep and fumbling my way back to bed, when I noticed someone standing at the end of the hallway. He was tall and thin, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit and a top hat. I froze, thinking it was an intruder, but there was something off about him. He wasn't fully solid. I could see the faint outline of the wall behind him. I blinked and he was gone. I convinced myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me in the dark, or maybe a leftover fever dream from being sick. But the image of him stayed with me. I couldn't shake it. A few weeks later, I was helping my grandmother sort through some old family photos, and I almost dropped the whole box when I came across one particular picture. It was him, the exact same man I'd seen in our hallway. Same tall, thin frame, same distinctive facial features, same top hat. According to my grandmother, it was a photo of her grandfather, who had died long before I was born. I showed her the picture with shaking hands and asked who it was. When she told me, I felt my stomach drop. I didn't tell her I'd seen him in our house. I was afraid she'd either think I was crazy or worse, that she'd believe me and be frightened. She was in her 80s and had a heart condition. I didn't want to stress her out, but something happened to her not long after that. She woke up one morning saying someone had called her name during the night. She said it was clear as day, a woman's voice calling, "Margaret, Margaret," and then knocking at her bedroom door. When she opened it, no one was there. This happened 3 nights in a row. On the fourth morning, my grandmother didn't wake up. She had passed away in her sleep. The doctor said it was her heart, which made sense given her condition, but the timing was too strange to ignore. After the funeral, things were quiet for a while. We were all grieving, going through the motions of daily life, and I started to think maybe the strange occurrences were over. But then my mum showed me something on her phone that made my blood run cold. She has these security cameras set up around the outside of our house. Nothing fancy, just basic motion-activated ones that send alerts to her phone. One morning she got an alert around 3 a.m. The footage showed a woman standing in our driveway, staring directly at the camera. She was wearing old-fashioned white clothing, like a nightgown or a simple dress, and her hair was pulled back in a tight bun. The creepiest part wasn't just that she was there in the middle of the night, or that she was dressed strangely. It was the way she was looking straight into the camera, completely still, as if she knew exactly where it was and wanted us to see her. My mom checked the other cameras, but they hadn't picked up anything. It was like this woman had appeared out of nowhere, stood in that one spot long enough to be recorded, and then vanished. My mum called the police, thinking it might be a trespasser. But when they came to look at the footage, they seemed skeptical. They said they'd keep an eye out during their patrols, but I could tell they thought it was nothing, maybe a neighbor sleepwalking or someone playing a prank. But I knew better. There was something about that woman's face, something not quite right. Her features were a bit too sharp, her eyes a bit too dark, and the way she stood so perfectly still. No one stands that still, not even when they're trying to. Then last week, I was home alone. My mom had gone shopping and I was upstairs in my room. I heard this sound from downstairs, like someone was trying to force open the laundry gate. We have this child safety gate installed at the laundry room door because we keep chemicals in there. It makes a distinctive sound when you open it, a metallic click followed by a squeak. I distinctly heard that sound, followed by what sounded like someone hitting the door. Not knocking, but hitting it with an open palm, like they were angry. I called out, thinking maybe my mum had come home early and was struggling with groceries. No answer. I went to the top of the stairs and called out again. Still nothing. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to work up the courage to go downstairs and check. Finally I did, taking the stairs as quietly as possible. When I reached the laundry room, the gate was closed and locked, exactly as we always keep it. But the laundry room door was wide open, which was not how we left it. I searched the entire house, checking under beds, in closets, behind furniture. No one was there. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside. There was literally no way someone could have gotten in, made those sounds and left without me seeing them. Just this past Sunday, something happened that I can't stop thinking about. It was early, around 5 a.m. My mom is an early riser and was downstairs making coffee. I was still in bed, half awake, when I heard her calling for me. I went downstairs to find her standing in the kitchen, looking pale. She told me she'd heard scratching at our front door while she was waiting for the coffee to brew. Not like an animal scratching, but deliberate, like someone dragging their nails across the wood. She said it went on for almost a minute. What freaked her out even more was that our cat, who was in the kitchen with her, went to the door and started sniffing along the bottom edge. Then his fur stood up. He arched his back, and he took off running upstairs like something had scared him half to death. Our cat isn't easily spooked. He's a big, confident animal who barely reacts to the vacuum cleaner. So seeing him terrified like that really shook my mom. The strangest part, I've heard that exact same scratching sound before, but coming from my bedroom door when I was downstairs alone. I never told my mom about it because I didn't want to scare her, but now we've both heard it, and I don't know what to think. Last night was the worst. I woke up around 2 a.m. feeling like I couldn't breathe. There was this heavy pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I tried to move, to call out, but I couldn't. I was completely paralyzed, and then I felt cold breath on my face. Not normal breath, but icy cold, like someone was exhaling winter air right onto my skin. I managed to turn my head slightly, and there he was again, the man in the top hat, my grandmother's grandfather, standing next to my bed. He was looking down at me with this expression I can't even describe, not angry or threatening, but intensely sad, like he was grieving for me. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the pressure on my chest released, and I could move again. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air, but he was gone. My room was empty, and the only sound was my own ragged breathing. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat up with all the lights on until dawn, trying to make sense of what was happening. Part of me thinks I should tell someone, maybe find a medium, or someone who deals with this kind of thing. But another part of me is afraid that acknowledging these experiences will somehow make them stronger or more real. The garlic, the sickness, the man in the top hat, my grandmother's death, the woman on the security camera, the sounds, the scratching, the pressure on my chest, it's all connected somehow. I can feel it. It's like our house has become a crossroads for things that shouldn't be here. I used to be skeptical about ghosts and hauntings. I thought people who claimed to experience those things were either attention-seeking or just mistaken. Now I don't know what to believe. All I know is that I'm afraid to be in my own home, afraid of what I might see or hear next. And the worst part, I don't think they're done with us yet. Story 3. I'm still not sure why I'm typing this out. Maybe it's just time. I've been carrying this around for 20 years now, and I can't shake it. I need someone to believe me, or at least understand what happened that night. I was 13, living with my grandmother on her ranch in Mexico. It was during Semana Santa, Holy Week, back in 2003 or maybe 4. I can't remember the exact year anymore, but I remember everything else like it was yesterday. My grandmother was super religious. Every year during Holy Week, she'd attend all these special ceremonies at the church in town. This particular evening, there was a ceremony about washing Christ's feet. She wanted me to go with her, but I just didn't feel like it. I was 13, you know. The last thing I wanted to do was sit through another church service. I don't want to go, Abuela, I told her as she was getting ready. I could tell she was bothered by it. She got this look on her face, not angry exactly, but disappointed. Fine, she said after a moment. Stay here and watch the house. She took my younger cousin with her instead. I watched them walk down the long dirt road away from our ranch. We lived in the middle of nowhere, seriously. Our closest neighbors were like a mile away in any direction. Once they were gone, I went out to check on the animals like I always did in the evening. We had some chickens, a couple of goats, nothing fancy. The sun was setting by then, casting these long shadows across the yard. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Usually there were birds or insects making noise, but that evening it felt unnaturally silent. After finishing with the animals, I went back inside and locked up. We had this giant metal front door that made this loud clang when you shut it. I locked it up tight, both the regular lock and the deadbolt. Our ranch wasn't fancy, but my grandmother always said better safe than sorry. I settled in on the couch and turned on the TV. Big Brother was on. I used to love that show. I was just getting comfortable, totally absorbed in the drama unfolding on screen when I heard it. A knocking sound coming from the big window that faced my grandmother's rose garden. Now, you have to understand something about this garden. It wasn't some neat little arrangement of flowers. This was an overgrown mess of rose bushes with thorns so sharp they could cut through jeans. My grandmother loved those roses, but never really maintained them properly. They were wild, growing in every direction, making it almost impossible to even get close to the window from the outside. At first, I ignored the sound. It was probably just the thorns hitting the glass, right? Maybe the wind had picked up, but then it happened again. Knock, 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 deliberate, like someone tapping with their knuckles. I muted the TV and listened. Silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then, knock, 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 faster this time. It's just branches, I told myself, or maybe a bird. But I couldn't convince myself. There was something too intentional about the sound. I sat there, frozen on the couch, debating whether to check. The knocking continued, getting more insistent. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I got up and walked slowly to the window. There was a curtain covering it, this faded yellow thing my grandmother had made years ago. My hand was shaking as I reached for the edge of the curtain. I took a deep breath and pulled it aside just enough to peek out. I will never forget what I saw. There was a face pressed against the glass. Not a human face, not even close. Its skin was pink. Not like sunburned pink, but raw, unnatural, like a pig's skin. It had 3 deep scars on each side of its face, like something had clawed it. But the worst part, the part that makes me wake up sweating even now, were its eyes. They were mostly white, but with tiny red pupils in the center. They didn't look like eyes that could see, but somehow I knew they were staring right at me, studying me. And its hair, black, so black it looked wet, plastered to its head. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my body respond. It was like my brain short-circuited from fear, and the thing knew it. It knew I was paralyzed. I could tell by the way it tilted its head slightly, almost curious. Then it opened its mouth. A tongue started to come out, not a normal tongue. This was long, pointed, moving like a snake. It kept extending, impossible long, pressing against the glass. That finally broke my paralysis. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. It shattered on the floor. But I didn't care. I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I could hear it outside now, screaming, not like a person screams. This was like a pig being slaughtered, high-pitched, inhuman. And there was scratching too. I realized it was at my bedroom window now, pulling at the metal bars my grandmother had installed years ago for security. I turned on my radio and cranked the volume as high as it would go. Anything to drown out those sounds. I grabbed my pillow and pressed it over my ears, but I could still hear it, screaming, scratching, banging against the glass. I don't know how long this went on. It felt like hours. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer terror. I woke up to banging again, but this time it was different. Someone was pounding on my bedroom door. I froze, curled up on my bed. "Estás ahí?" It was my grandmother's voice. The relief that washed over me was so intense I started crying. I stumbled to the door, fumbled with the lock, and yanked it open. My grandmother stood there, my cousin asleep in her arms. Her eyes widened when she saw me. Later, she told me I was pale as a ghost, with dried tears on my face. "What happened?" she asked. I started babbling, telling her about the thing at the window, its eyes, its tongue, the screaming. As I spoke, her face changed, not to disbelief like I expected, but to something worse. Fear. "Shh," she said, cutting me off. She gently woke my cousin, then led us both to the living room. "We need to pray," she said, her voice trembling slightly. We knelt in front of the small altar she kept in the corner of the living room. As we finished, she turned to me. "Show me where it was," she said. I pointed to my bedroom window. She nodded grimly and took my hand. "Come." She led me back to my bedroom and switched on the light. Then she pointed to the wall beside my bed. "Look," she whispered. "I'll never forget what I saw. There, in the brick wall, was an imprint of a face, like someone had pressed their face into Play-Doh, except this was solid brick. It was unmistakable, the same face I'd seen at the window. 3 scars on each cheek, wide eyes, open mouth. My grandmother crossed herself. "Tomorrow, I'll call Father Miguel," she said quietly. The next day, the priest came. He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water everywhere, especially in my room. He looked at the imprint in the wall for a long time, then covered it respectfully with a cloth and said a prayer. My grandmother never spoke of that night again. She never asked me to go to church with her again either, but sometimes I'd catch her watching me with a worried expression, especially during Holy Week. I'm 20 years older now, living in a different city with my own family. But every year during Semana Santa, I make sure I'm never alone at night, and I never, ever sleep with the curtains open. I've tried to explain what happened logically. Maybe it was a nightmare, maybe I was hallucinating, but that doesn't explain the imprint in the wall, the one the priest saw, the one my grandmother saw. Sometimes I wonder if it would have happened if I'd just gone to church that night. If whatever that thing was came because I'd refused to participate in a holy ceremony, or maybe it would have come for all of us if I hadn't stayed behind. I don't know. I'll probably never know. But I'm writing this down because I need someone else to know what happened that night. The night something came to my window during Holy Week. The night I saw a demon. Story 4. I've never really been one to believe in the paranormal. Sure, I'd watched those ghost hunting shows and had a few unexplainable moments as a kid. But I always chalked it up to an overactive imagination. That changed last summer when my girlfriend and I spent 3 months working at a small hotel on one of the Greek islands. The owner of the hotel was this older Greek woman who was incredibly kind but also deeply religious. When she found out we needed a place to stay, she offered us a room in her house for a reduced rate. We were thrilled. It was a beautiful old stone building with views of the Mediterranean that would have cost a fortune back home. The room itself was simple but nice, a queen-size bed, a small dresser, and a window that let in the most amazing breeze in the evenings. The only thing that felt a bit intrusive was this large painting of Jesus hanging directly above our bed. It wasn't that we had anything against religious imagery, but having Jesus staring down at us while we slept or, well, did other things couples do, felt uncomfortable. After about a week, we finally worked up the courage to take it down. We were careful about it, removed the nail, wrapped the painting in a soft towel, and stored it respectfully in the closet. I was a bit worried our host would notice and be offended, but she never mentioned it. We felt guilty, but also relieved to have some privacy. That same night is when the first incident happened. I'm a deep sleeper, always have been. My girlfriend Anna could be having a full conversation next to me, and I wouldn't stir. But that night, something cut through my sleep like nothing ever had before. It was Anna's voice, urgent and trembling. "There's someone at the end of the bed." I jolted awake, my heart instantly racing. The room was pitch black, no streetlights out in this rural part of the island, just moonlight filtering weakly through the thin curtains. I could barely make out Anna's silhouette sitting upright next to me, completely still. "What?" I mumbled, still disoriented. "Someone sitting on the end of our bed," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Right there." I reached over and flicked on the bedside lamp without hesitation. The sudden light made us both squint, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw nothing. Just our rumpled bed sheets, the pattern of the quilt undisturbed at the foot of the bed. No depression in the mattress, no sign anyone had been there. "There's no one here, babe," I said, still scanning the room. I got up and checked behind the door, in the closet, under the bed. All the classic hiding spots. Nothing. Anna was shaking. I swear someone was sitting right there. I could see their outline clearly. We stayed up for another hour, the lamp on, talking in hushed voices. Anna has always been easily frightened. She can't watch horror movies and literally screams if she sees even the tiniest spider. So while this was unusual, I figured it was probably just a vivid dream. Eventually we fell back asleep, the lamp still burning. The next day we laughed it off over coffee. The combination of unfamiliar surroundings, the guilt of removing the painting, and the strange shadows the moonlight made through the olive trees outside our window, it all made sense that she might have a nightmare. The second night, I made sure to close the curtains fully, thinking maybe the shadows from outside had played tricks on her eyes. We went to bed around midnight after a long shift at the hotel. I fell asleep almost instantly, exhausted from a day of carrying luggage and cleaning rooms. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when Anna woke me again, but this time her voice was different. Not panicked like before, more puzzled, almost calm. "He's back," she said softly. I was instantly awake, my hand already reaching for the light switch, when she stopped me. "Don't turn it on yet," she whispered. "He's just sitting there." A chill ran down my spine. The way she said it, so matter-of-fact, disturbed me more than if she'd been screaming. "What do you mean, he?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "Can you see him clearly?" "Yes," she replied. "He's sitting at the end of the bed, just watching us. He's wearing a different shirt than yesterday." My blood ran cold. She hadn't mentioned a specific person yesterday, just someone. And now there were details about clothing changing. "What does he look like?" I asked, my hand still hovering near the switch. "Young man, maybe early 20s. Dark hair. He looks familiar somehow." Her voice had an odd quality to it, like she was describing a friend she'd run into unexpectedly. "Are you scared?" I asked, because I certainly was. "That's the strange thing," she said slowly. "I'm not, at all. I feel like I've known him forever, like he's supposed to be here." This wasn't like Anna at all. This was a woman who once made us change hotel rooms because she thought she saw a mouse, who sleeps with the bathroom light on when I'm away on business trips, who made me check under the bed every night for the first year we lived together. "I'm going to turn on the light," I said finally. "Okay." I hit the switch and light flooded the room. Just like the night before, there was nothing there, no depression in the mattress, no lingering presence, just our empty room. But Anna was staring at the foot of the bed, not with fear, but with something like disappointment. "He's gone," she said simply. We stayed up the rest of the night. Not out of fear this time, but because Anna couldn't stop talking about him. How comfortable she felt in his presence, how she sensed he was there to watch over us, not harm us, how she felt a connection to him that made no logical sense. "Maybe it's the painting," I suggested weakly. "Maybe we offended something by taking it down." But Anna shook her head firmly. "It's not that. This doesn't feel religious or punishing, it feels personal." The next morning, over strong Greek coffee on our little balcony, Anna was quiet, thoughtful. Finally, she pulled out her phone and called her mum back in England. I only heard her side of the conversation, but it made my skin prickle. "Mom, did you ever talk to me about my brother?" Pause. "The one you lost." Longer pause. "I need to know when exactly it happened, and what you named him." I watched her face as she listened, her eyes filling with tears. When she hung up, she sat in silence for several minutes. "My mom lost a baby boy 2 years before she had me," she finally said. "They named him Daniel. He would have been 22 this year." 22. The approximate age of the man Anna had described sitting on our bed. "She never told me much about him," Anna continued. "Said it was too painful. But when I asked her just now, she described him from a dream she had recently. Tall, thin, dark hair." She looked at me, her eyes wide, just like the man I saw. That night, we left the light off deliberately. We lay awake for hours, waiting, but nothing happened. No visitor appeared at the foot of our bed. We tried again the next night and the next. Nothing. After a week, we even put the painting back up, wondering if that might trigger another visit. It didn't. Whatever, or whoever, had appeared to Anna those 2 nights never returned during the rest of our stay in Greece. We finished our summer job and flew back home, carrying this unexplainable experience with us. It's been 8 months now, and we still talk about it sometimes. Anna remains convinced it was her brother, watching over her in a strange land. That's why she felt no fear, only that inexplicable sense of familiarity and comfort. She says it was like recognizing someone she'd never met. I don't know what to believe. I never saw anything myself, but I've known Anna for 6 years, and I've never seen her so calm in the face of something that would normally terrify her. Whatever she saw in that darkened room changed something in her. She's less afraid now in general, says she feels protected somehow. Sometimes I catch her looking at empty spaces, the foot of our bed, an empty chair, the passenger seat in my car, with a small private smile, like she's sharing a secret with someone I can't see. I've tried to find logical explanations. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, the power of suggestion after sleeping in a religious household, but none of it explains the specificity of what she saw or how it aligned with a brother she never knew she had. All I know is that for 2 nights in Greece, something sat at the end of our bed. Something that knew Anna. Something that made her feel safe instead of afraid, and sometimes on quiet nights, I find myself staring at the empty space at the end of our bed, wondering if he's still watching, even if we can't see him anymore. Story 5. No, I never thought I'd be writing this. I've been trying to wrap my head around what happened for weeks now. Parts of me still doubt my own experiences. But the gaps in my memory are real, and that fear doesn't lie. It started about a month ago when I joined this occult Discord server. I've always been interested in the supernatural, not in a hardcore way, just curious about rituals and ghost stories. This server was different from the others, though. Instead of just sharing creepypastas or debating paranormal theories, people were actually performing rituals and sharing their experiences. I lurked for a while, reading through the conversations without participating. That's when I came across a thread about something called the memory game. Someone had shared detailed instructions and claimed they'd done it with mixed results. They didn't go into specifics, just said it worked, but not in the way they expected. Something about the ritual intrigued me. It wasn't like summoning Bloody Mary or using a Ouija board. It seemed more ancient somehow. Looking back now, I wish I'd just closed my laptop and forgotten about it. The ritual itself seemed straightforward enough. You needed an emotionally significant item, something passed down that carried emotional weight. 3 candles, either all black or all white, a clean bathroom mirror, and running water. The timing was specific too. It had to be performed between 1 and 3 a.m. on either a Thursday or Sunday, in complete darkness, except for the candles. I decided to try it the following Thursday. I know how stupid that sounds now. For my significant item, I chose my grandmother's silver locket. She'd given it to me before she passed away when I was 15. It contained a tiny photo of her as a young woman, and I'd kept it in my jewelry box for years, only wearing it on special occasions. It definitely carried emotional weight. I bought 3 black candles from a local shop. They weren't fancy, just regular taper candles. The instructions didn't specify that they needed to be anything special. That Thursday night, I waited until my roommate had gone to bed. She's a heavy sleeper and wouldn't hear me moving around in the bathroom. At around 1:15 a.m., I gathered everything I needed and locked myself in the bathroom. I arranged the 3 candles in a triangle formation on the counter, with the mirror at the center. I turned off the lights and lit each candle, watching as the small flames created dancing shadows across the walls. The bathroom felt different in that light, familiar yet somehow foreign. I turned on the faucet to a slow trickle, just enough to create a steady stream of water. According to the instructions, I was supposed to place my significant item, the locket, under the running water and cover it with a black bowl. I didn't have a black bowl, so I used a dark blue ceramic one instead. I hoped that wouldn't matter. With everything set up, I stared into the mirror. My face looked strange in the flickering candlelight, shadows exaggerating my features in a way that made me look almost like a stranger. The next part was the chant. I took a deep breath and began whispering, "I remember you beneath the water. Come, show your face, take my voice, eat my memory." I repeated it over and over, my voice barely audible above the running water. At first I felt ridiculous, just a person standing in a dark bathroom talking to themselves. But after repeating the chant, maybe 15 or 20 times, something shifted. The air in the bathroom felt heavier, colder. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had the distinct sensation of being watched, not from behind me, I checked, but from somewhere else, like someone was observing me from a distance. I kept chanting, my voice growing steadier with each repetition. The candle flames began to flicker more violently, despite there being no draft in the bathroom. I told myself it was just my breath disturbing the flames, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Then came the first knock. It wasn't loud, just a soft tap that seemed to come from the wall behind the mirror. I paused mid-chant, my heart racing. The instructions had mentioned knocking sounds as a sign that the entity had attached itself to the ritual. I hesitated, wondering if I should stop, but curiosity pushed me forward. I resumed the chant, and a few repetitions later, I heard it again. A knock, slightly louder this time. Then a third knock, loud enough that I worried it might wake my roommate. The instructions had been very specific about the third knock. It meant the entity was taking something. After the third knock, I noticed something strange about my reflection. It seemed to move a fraction of a second slower than I did. When I raised my hand, my reflection followed just slightly behind. It was subtle, but undeniable. Then I heard it. A whisper coming from the water. Not words exactly. More like the suggestion of a voice beneath the constant stream of water. I leaned closer, trying to make out what it was saying, when suddenly the candles all flickered out simultaneously. I stood in complete darkness, the only sound the running water and my own ragged breathing. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking so badly I could barely flip it on. In the harsh bathroom light, everything looked normal. The candles were extinguished, the bowl was in place over my grandmother's locket, and my reflection was just my reflection again. I shut off the water and lifted the bowl, half expecting the locket to be gone, but it was still there, gleaming in the sink. I cleaned everything up and went to bed, telling myself it had been my imagination, just the power of suggestion and late-night nerves. I almost believed it too until the dreams started. That first night, I dreamt of a girl standing at the foot of my bed. She was pale, with long black hair that hung in wet strands around her face. She wore what looked like a torn white dress, soaked as if she'd been pulled from water. She didn't speak or move toward me. She just stood there, watching me with dark, hollow eyes. I woke up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. The digital clock by my bed read 3:33 a.m. I didn't fall back asleep that night. The next night she appeared again in my dreams, but this time she was closer, standing just beside my bed instead of at its foot. Her appearance had changed slightly too. Her face seemed more distorted, her mouth wider than seemed humanly possible, her eyes sunken deeper into her skull. She raised a pale, dripping hand and pointed to my jewelry box, where I kept my grandmother's locket. I woke up at exactly 3:33 again. This continued for several nights. Each time, the girl appeared more distorted than the last. Each time, she pointed to different objects in my room, my bookshelf, my desk drawer, under my bed. It was as if she was searching for something, and I was supposed to find it for her. During the day, I began to notice strange things, small gaps in my memory. I'd be in the middle of a conversation with my roommate and suddenly realize I couldn't remember what we'd been talking about. I'd find myself in rooms with no recollection of walking there. Once, I found myself staring into the bathroom mirror with no memory of how long I'd been standing there. After the 5th night of dreams, I heard the knocking again, this time in broad daylight while I was alone in the apartment. 3 distinct knocks from the bathroom. When I went to investigate, the faucet was running, even though I knew I hadn't left it on. That's when I remembered the warning from the instructions. If the participant doesn't find the object the entity seeks in their dreams, it begins taking pieces of their memory. I was losing time, losing memories. Small ones at first, where I'd put my keys, what I'd had for breakfast, someone's name, but they were definitely gone, and the gaps were getting bigger. Last Sunday night, I had the worst dream yet. The girl was no longer recognizable as human. Her face was twisted, her mouth stretched in an impossible grin that wrapped almost entirely around her head. She stood directly over me, her wet hair dripping onto my face, and for the first time, she spoke. "Third knock," she whispered, her voice like water rushing down a drain. "I'm taking more now." I woke up screaming, but the sound died in my throat when I saw the wet footprints leading from my bed to the bathroom. I knew I had to end this. According to the instructions, I needed to perform a reversal ceremony and bury my grandmother's locket somewhere cold and silent. I gathered what I needed, the same 3 candles, which had mysteriously refilled themselves, despite being almost completely burned down, a white cloth, and salt. I performed the reversal at exactly 2 a.m. Monday morning, placing the locket in the center of the cloth, surrounding it with salt, and reciting the reversal chant, "What flows beneath returns to depth. What remembers forgets. What takes must give. I release you from memory." As I spoke the final words, the candles extinguished themselves again, and I heard one final knock, louder than any before. The next morning, I drove to a small, secluded lake about an hour from my apartment. It was cold and quiet there, especially in the early morning hours. I dug a small hole near the water's edge, placed my grandmother's locket inside, and covered it with earth and stones. As I finished, I felt a weight lift from me, not completely, but enough to breathe easier. That was 2 weeks ago. The dreams have stopped and the knocking hasn't returned, but the memory gaps remain. There are chunks of the past month that I simply cannot recall, no matter how hard I try. Sometimes I catch glimpses in the mirror of someone who doesn't quite move when I do. Sometimes the water turns on by itself. I don't know if I truly ended the ritual or if she's just waiting, gathering strength. All I know is that I won't be playing any more games I find online, and I advise anyone reading this to stay away from the memory game. Some things aren't meant to be remembered, and some entities should remain forgotten. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened that night back in 2013. It's been over a decade, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I worked at the flagship Goodwill in downtown Seattle. You know, that massive 3-story building that takes up almost an entire block. It's around 100,000 square feet of donated stuff packed into every corner. I was pretty new there, only about 4 months into the job, and I'd finally been trusted to work the overnight cleaning shift. The overnight was decent money, and I didn't mind the solitude. Most people find it creepy being alone in a massive building at night, but I'd always been comfortable with it. At least, I was until that night. I started my shift at 11 p.m. The store closed at 9, and the closing staff would be gone by 10:30, leaving me alone to clean until 7 in the morning. My supervisor had given me a list of areas to focus on that night, mainly the back rooms and storage areas where customers never go. Around midnight, I was cleaning the employee-only section on the 2nd floor. This area housed the break room, manager's office, and various storage rooms for processing donations. The layout was confusing if you weren't familiar with it. A maze of hallways, doors that looked identical, and random staircases that sometimes led nowhere. The building dated back to the early 1900s, and it showed. I had my headphones in, listening to a podcast while mopping the floor outside the employee lockers. I was in a good rhythm, making decent progress, when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you suddenly realize someone's watching you? That prickle on the back of your neck? Yeah, that's what hit me. I pulled out one earbud and turned around, half expecting to see my supervisor making a surprise check-in. Instead, about 30 feet down the hallway, I saw someone walking slowly away from me, heading toward the manager's office and the courtyard beyond. At first, I thought maybe it was another employee who'd stayed late, but I knew that wasn't right. I was supposed to be the only one there. The figure was tall, probably male from the silhouette, wearing what looked like a dark coat that went down past their knees. The strangest part was their hat. It looked like an old-fashioned bowler or something similar. In the dim overnight lighting, they looked completely out of place. "Hey!" I called out, my voice echoing down the empty hallway. "That area's restricted. The store's closed." The figure paused mid-step. Then, very slowly, they turned their head to look over their shoulder at me. I couldn't make out their face clearly from that distance in the poor lighting, but something about the movement felt wrong. It was too fluid, almost like watching a movie in slow motion. They didn't turn their body, just their head, at an angle that seemed uncomfortable. My first thought was actually, great, another Seattle hipster who thinks rules don't apply to them. The vintage clothing didn't seem that unusual. This was Seattle after all, where people dressed in everything from high-tech gear to clothes that looked straight out of a history book. But this outfit looked genuinely old, not vintage store old, the kind of clothing you'd see in black and white photographs from the late 1800s or early 1900s. After looking at me for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds, they turned back and continued walking toward the manager's office. That's when I really got concerned. That office contained employee records, safe combinations, and other sensitive information. No one was supposed to be in there except management. I dropped my mop and started moving toward them. "Hey, stop!" I shouted, louder this time. "You can't go in there!" The figure didn't react at all. They just kept walking at the same steady pace, disappearing around the corner that led to the office area. I broke into a sprint. The floor was still wet from mopping, and I nearly slipped twice as I raced down the hallway. My heart was pounding, not from exertion, but from a growing sense of alarm. Who was this person? How did they get in? What did they want? I rounded the corner about 10 seconds later, expecting to confront the trespasser, but the hallway was empty. The manager's office door was closed and locked. I could see the keypad still blinking green, meaning it hadn't been opened. The only other option was the door to the employee courtyard at the end of the hall, about 15 feet from where I stood. The courtyard was a small break area surrounded on all sides by 20-foot walls, Goodwill on 2 sides and 2 other connected buildings making up the other 2 sides. There was no exit from the courtyard except back through the building. It was completely enclosed, like being at the bottom of a concrete well with just a patch of sky visible above. As I stood there processing this, I heard it, the distinct sound of the courtyard door closing with a metallic click. I ran to the door and pushed it open, bursting into the courtyard. The motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the small space. It was completely empty. There was nowhere for anyone to hide, just a couple of metal tables, some chairs and cigarette receptacles. I looked up at the walls surrounding me, 20 feet of vertical concrete, no ladder, no fire escape, nothing. It would be physically impossible for anyone to scale those walls in the seconds it took me to get there, especially without making noise. I stood there, my breath forming small clouds in the cold night air, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The courtyard was empty. The person I'd seen just moments before had simply vanished. I went back inside and checked every room in that section of the building. The manager's office was still locked. The other storage rooms were either locked or empty when I checked them. I even called out several times thinking maybe they were hiding somewhere. Nothing. My rational mind started searching for explanations. Maybe they had a key to another door I didn't know about, but there wasn't another door. Maybe they were hiding somewhere I hadn't looked. But I'd checked everywhere a person could possibly fit. Maybe I imagined it, but I knew what I'd seen and heard. After searching for about 20 minutes, I called my supervisor. It was almost 1 in the morning, but security concerns trumped courtesy. When he answered, groggy and annoyed, I explained the situation as calmly as I could. "I think someone's in the building. I said. "I saw them walking toward the manager's office, but when I followed them, they disappeared." He sighed, clearly irritated at being woken up. "Did you check the courtyard? That's the only place they could have gone." "Yes, it was empty, and those walls are way too high for anyone to climb." "Look," he said, "the alarm system is still armed. If any external door had opened, it would have gone off. No one could have entered or exited without us knowing." He was right, and that only made it more unsettling. "Maybe it was one of the homeless people who sometimes find ways to stay inside after closing," he suggested. "Maybe," I replied, though I knew that wasn't it. The person I saw wasn't dressed like someone living on the streets, and their clothing, it had looked so anachronistic, so out of time. My supervisor told me to continue my shift, but to call immediately if I saw the person again. He also promised to check the security cameras in the morning. I tried to go back to work, but I couldn't focus. Every shadow made me jump. Every creak of the old building sent my heart racing. I kept my headphones off for the rest of the night, constantly looking over my shoulder. Around 3 a.m., I was cleaning the main sales floor when I heard footsteps on the floor above me. Slow, deliberate steps that seemed to follow a path along the ceiling. I froze, mop in hand, listening intently. The steps continued for about 30 seconds, then stopped. I should have investigated. That's what a brave person would have done. Instead, I retreated to the break room and locked myself in until my shift ended at 7. I couldn't bring myself to go back upstairs. When morning came and the day staff started arriving, my supervisor pulled me aside to discuss what had happened. He'd reviewed the security footage and found something strange. According to him, the cameras showed me running down the hallway, stopping suddenly, then running to the courtyard door. But there was no one else in the frame at any point. "Are you sure you actually saw someone?" he asked, looking at me with concern. "The cameras didn't pick up anyone but you. I insisted I had." I described the person again, tall, wearing old-fashioned clothes, moving in a strange way. As I spoke, one of the older employees who was having coffee nearby looked up sharply. "Did you say old-fashioned clothes, like from the early 1900s?" she asked. I nodded, and she exchanged a look with my supervisor. "What?" I demanded. "What aren't you telling me?" She hesitated before answering. "This building has a history. Before it was Goodwill, part of it was a hotel back in the early 1900s. There was a businessman who stayed here regularly. Story goes that he died in one of the rooms upstairs. They found him days later. Some people say they've seen him walking the halls, especially at night." My supervisor quickly dismissed her story, telling me not to listen to break room ghost stories. But I could tell from his expression that he'd heard it before. I quit 2 weeks later, couldn't bring myself to work another overnight shift, and the day shifts were already fully staffed. But the thing that really got to me wasn't just seeing that figure or the fact that they vanished. It was the sound of that courtyard door closing behind them, because physically, logically, it shouldn't have been possible. There was nowhere for them to go. No way to escape that courtyard in seconds without supernatural ability, and yet I heard that door close. I heard it with absolute clarity. I've tried to rationalize it countless times over the years. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. Maybe it was sleep deprivation. Maybe it was my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know what I saw. Someone, or something, was walking through those halls that night. Someone who looked like they stepped out of another time. Someone who could vanish into thin air. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I still hear that courtyard door clicking shut. Story 7. I still remember the exact spot where we found them. It was this little patch of dirt between our apartment buildings in Richmond. We were just playing like we always did. Me, my sister, and some of the other kids from the complex. I was about 6 years old at the time, so this would have been around 1993. We were digging around in that dirt patch like kids do. I remember it was partly shaded by these big trees, and the ground was always kind of damp and cool. We'd been playing there for months, but somehow none of us had noticed this wooden box before. Maybe it was because it had rained the night before and washed away some of the dirt covering it. My friend Tommy spotted it first. "Hey, look at this!" he shouted, and we all crowded around while he dug it out with his hands. The box wasn't very big, maybe the size of a shoebox, and the wood looked really old and weathered. When we finally got it out, we were all so excited. Finding buried treasure was basically every kid's dream. Tommy pried open the lid, and inside were 3 small brass bells. They looked antique, with these weird symbols etched into them that none of us recognized. They weren't like any language I'd seen before, not that I'd seen many at 6 years old. The markings were kind of geometric, but also curved in places. I remember thinking they looked important, like something from a museum. We decided to each take one. I grabbed one for my sister and me to share. Tommy took another, and this girl Jamie from 2 buildings over took the third. I remember feeling like it was something special, like we'd found something that was meant just for us. I spent the rest of that day playing with the bell, ringing it over and over. The sound was different from normal bells. It had this weird resonance to it, like the sound was both higher and lower than it should be at the same time. My mum got annoyed with the constant ringing and told me to put it away during dinner, but I kept it next to my plate. That night, I put the bell on the nightstand next to the mattress I shared with my sister. Our apartment was tiny, and we had to share a room and a bed. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was exhausted from all the excitement. I woke up in the middle of the night. The room was dark except for this sliver of light coming from the hallway through the crack in the door. At first, I didn't know what had woken me up, but then I got this feeling, this really intense feeling that someone was watching me. You know that sensation where the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? It was like that, but 100 times worse. I was facing the wall, and I remember being terrified to turn around. I tried to wake up my sister by nudging her, but she was dead asleep. Finally, I gathered up the courage to roll over, and that's when I saw it. Standing next to our bed was this small figure, maybe 2 or 3 feet tall. It had a hood pulled up, but I could see its face clearly in that dim light. Its eyes were huge, way too big for its face, and black, like a grey alien from the TV shows, but somehow worse. Its mouth was just this weird chevron-shaped slit. It wasn't moving, just standing there, staring at me. I couldn't scream. It was like my throat closed up completely. I remember trying to wake my sister again, shaking her harder, but she wouldn't budge. The thing just kept staring at me with those massive eyes. I finally managed to pull the covers over my head, and I stayed like that, shaking, until I must have passed out from fear. When I woke up the next morning, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. But then I saw the bell on the nightstand, and I got this sick feeling in my stomach. I told my sister what happened, but she just laughed and said I had an overactive imagination. I tried to tell my mum too, but she was always busy working and trying to keep us fed. So she just nodded and told me to stop watching scary movies. A few months later, we moved to Texas. I brought the bell with me, tucked away in my backpack. I'd stopped playing with it after that night, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away either. It stayed in a drawer in my new room for a few weeks. Then one day, I was bored and found it while looking for something else. I thought maybe what happened in Richmond was just a bad dream after all. So I started ringing it again. That night I woke up to the same feeling of being watched. I opened my eyes, and there it was again. That same hooded figure with the huge eyes standing at the foot of my bed. This time I screamed, and my mom came running. But by the time she turned on the lights, it was gone. This happened a few more times. Every time I'd play with the bell during the day, that thing would show up at night. I started to connect the 2 events, so I hid the bell again, deeper in my closet this time. The visit stopped. My sister still didn't believe me, thought I was making it all up for attention. Then one summer, we were staying at our grandmother's house in Houston. I found the bell in my luggage. I'd forgotten I'd packed it. I convinced my sister to ring it, told her it was just a cool old bell I'd found. "If you're not scared, then ring it before bed," I challenged her. She rolled her eyes but did it anyway, probably just to shut me up. That night, I was woken up by the most horrifying scream I've ever heard. It was my sister, and she sounded absolutely terrified. Everyone in the house woke up. When we got to her room, she was sitting up in bed, hyperventilating, crying so hard she could barely speak. When my grandma finally calmed her down enough to talk, all she would say was that she'd seen a tall one and a little one, and that they looked like aliens. She said they were standing by her window, staring at her. After that, my sister never questioned me again. We made a pact not to play with the bell anymore, and I hid it in the bottom of an old toy box. But the story doesn't end there. When I was about 10, we moved to San Antonio. During the move, I found the bell again, and stupidly brought it with us. There were these two Korean sisters who lived next door to us, Mina and Jin, I think their names were. They were a bit older than us and always acted so cool and mature. One day they were over at our house, and somehow we got on the topic of ghosts and scary stuff. I told them about the bell and what had happened, but they laughed it off. They didn't believe us at all. My sister backed me up this time, but the girls just kept saying we were trying to scare them. To prove them wrong, I got the bell out and gave it to them. "Take it home and ring it before bed," I said. "Then you'll see." They took it, still laughing. The next morning they showed up at our door before school, looking pale and scared. Jin threw the bell at me and said they'd seen something looking in through their bedroom window, something with huge eyes that looked like an alien. Their bedroom was on the second floor. After that, I kept the bell, but I never rang it. It stayed hidden in my room, wrapped in a sock and stuffed in the back of my desk drawer, until I was 12. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe I was just at that age where you start questioning whether the scary things from your childhood were real or imagined. The bell's ringer had broken off at some point, so I fixed it with some wire and rang it a few times in my room. That night, I woke up to find the hooded figure standing right next to my bed. This time, instead of hiding or screaming, I did something so stupid I still can't believe it. I reached out and knocked on its forehead with my knuckles, like I was checking if it was real. The thing stepped back, and I swear it looked surprised. If something with those features could look surprised, then it made this sound, not out loud, but in my head. It was high-pitched and painful, like feedback from a microphone, but directly inside my skull. I passed out from the pain. When I woke up the next morning, I had the worst headache of my life. I hid the bell again, this time wrapping it in multiple layers of cloth and burying it in a box of winter clothes in the back of my closet. We moved again a year later, and in the chaos of packing, I lost track of it. I don't know if it got thrown out or packed away somewhere, but it disappeared. I thought that was the end of it, until I was 16. I woke up one night to find the hooded figure standing at the foot of my bed again, even though I hadn't seen or rung the bell in years. It just stood there for a few minutes, then seemed to fade away into the darkness. I'm 35 now, and I still think about those bells and the hooded visitors. My sister and I don't talk about it much anymore, but every once in a while one of us will bring it up, usually after a few drinks. Remember those bells? Remember those things? And we both get quiet because we both know what we saw. I've looked into folklore about bells summoning spirits or entities, but I've never found anything that matches exactly what we experienced. Sometimes I wonder about Tommy and Jamie, if they kept their bells, if they had similar experiences. I wonder if there are other boxes of bells out there, buried in the dirt, waiting to be found by unsuspecting kids. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get that feeling of being watched. I'll look up from my book or my phone, half expecting to see those huge, alien eyes staring at me from the corner of my room. I never do, but the feeling persists. I still don't know what those things were or why they were connected to the bells. All I know is what I saw, what my sister saw, what those Korean girls saw, and I know that somewhere out there that bell might still exist, maybe forgotten in an attic or a storage unit, and sometimes I wonder if it's still calling to them, even without being rung. Story 8. I've always had one of those faces, you know what I mean? The kind where random people come up to you saying, "Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?" Or, "Didn't we go to school together?" It happens at least once a week. Most of the time, I just smile and say they're mistaking me for someone else. Usually it's harmless. Usually. What happened 3 months ago changed everything for me. I'm still looking over my shoulder, still jumping at shadows, still wondering if they're looking for me. It started with a fight between me and my girlfriend, Jen. We'd been together for almost 2 years, but things had been rocky the past few months. I kept finding weird texts on her phone from someone named Mike from work. She'd been staying late at the office more often, coming home smelling like cologne that wasn't mine, all the classic signs. That night, I finally confronted her about it. The argument was brutal. Shouting, crying, the works. She denied everything, calling me paranoid and insecure. Maybe I was, but I also wasn't stupid. After about an hour of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to get out, clear my head. So I grabbed my jacket and told her I was going for a walk. I figured I'd come back when she was asleep and crash on the couch. Deal with everything in the morning. It was already past 11 when I left our apartment. The air was chilly, and I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of me. I walked aimlessly at first, just putting one foot in front of the other, replaying the fight in my head over and over. I don't know exactly when I made the decision to head toward the sketchy part of town. Maybe it was when I passed the 3rd bar and thought about how much I wanted to numb everything. Maybe it was the pure rebellion of it. Doing something I knew was stupid just because my life felt out of control. Our city has this area about 15 blocks from our apartment that everyone knows to avoid after dark. Run-down apartment buildings, check-cashing places with bars on the windows, guys hanging out on corners at all hours. I'd always steered clear. But that night, I walked straight in. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for at first. Maybe just the thrill of being somewhere dangerous when I felt like my life was falling apart. But then I thought, why not go all in? If my girlfriend was cheating on me, why shouldn't I do something reckless too? So I decided I would try to buy some drugs. Nothing hardcore, just weed, maybe something to help me forget for a night. I'd never done this before, had no idea how to approach it. But I was angry enough not to care. I spotted this guy leaning against a wall, watching the street with this intensity that made me nervous. He had on a dark hoodie and jeans, hands in his pockets. Everything about him screamed dealer to my naive mind. So I walked up, heart pounding so hard I thought he must be able to hear it. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual and probably failing miserably. "You, got anything available?" The guy stared at me for what felt like forever. Then his face broke into this weird smile. "Alvaro?" he said, sounding surprised but pleased. "Didn't expect to see you here tonight. Thought you were sending one of your boys." My brain froze. He thought I was someone else, someone named Alvaro. I should have corrected him right there, should have said, "Sorry, wrong guy," and walked away. Instead, something stupidly impulsive came over me. Maybe it was the anger about Jen. Maybe it was just that I wanted to feel like someone else for a night. Whatever it was, I nodded. "Yeah," I said. "Change of plans." The guy, I later heard someone call him Ray, nodded and gestured for me to follow him. "Come on, everything's upstairs, the whole crew's waiting." That's when the first real wave of fear hit me. Crew waiting? What had I just gotten myself into? But it was too late to back out now. Ray was already walking toward one of the apartment buildings, and I followed, trying to look like I belonged there, like I was this Alvaro person who apparently commanded some respect. The building was exactly what you'd expect. Graffiti in the stairwell, missing light bulbs, that smell of piss and weed and desperation. We climbed to the 5th floor. No elevator. Ray knocked on a door in a specific pattern. 2 quick knocks, pause, 3 more. The door opened, and suddenly I was inside an apartment that looked like something from a crime show. 5 people were sitting around a wooden table covered with money, bags of what looked like cocaine, and, this is what made my blood turn to ice, several guns. Most of them had firearms tucked into their waistbands. These weren't small-time dealers. This was serious. They all looked up when we entered. One guy nodded at me. "Alvaro, didn't know you were coming yourself tonight." I tried to smile, tried to act natural. "Yeah, wanted to see how things were going." My voice sounded strange, even to me. The room had this tense energy, like everyone was on edge. They started talking about shipments and territory and other stuff I barely understood. I nodded along, trying to look like I knew what they were talking about. Every second that passed, I became more aware of how much danger I was in. If the real Alvaro showed up, I was dead. If they realized I wasn't Alvaro, I was dead. If I saw or heard too much, I was probably dead anyway. After about 10 minutes of this terror, I walked to the window, pretending to check something outside. That's when I saw it. A black SUV pulling up to the corner. 3 men got out. 2 were clearly bodyguard types. Big guys, alert, scanning the street. The 3rd guy made my heart stop. He looked remarkably like me. Same height, similar facial features, same dark hair. But he was better dressed. Expensive-looking jacket, gold watch flashing under the streetlight, and he moved differently. Confident, powerful. This had to be the real Alvaro. Panic shot through me like electricity. I had maybe 2 minutes before they made it up here. 2 minutes to figure out how to escape without getting killed. "Bathroom?" I managed to ask, my voice cracking slightly. One of the guys pointed to a door off to the side. I walked there as casually as I could manage, closed the door behind me, and immediately started hyperventilating. The bathroom was tiny and disgusting, but right then it felt like a sanctuary. I could hear voices through the door, still discussing business. I looked around frantically. No window, no escape route. I was trapped. Then I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs outside the apartment. Heavy ones, multiple people. The real Alvaro was about to arrive. I made a split-second decision. I opened the bathroom door just a crack and peeked out. Everyone's attention was on the front door, waiting for their boss to arrive. I slipped out of the bathroom, and instead of heading toward the front door, I moved in the opposite direction, finding another door that led to what looked like a hallway connected to the rest of the building. As I quietly shut that door behind me, I heard the main door open and an authoritative voice, the real Alvaro, saying something about a shipment. I didn't stick around to hear more. I was in a dusty hallway now, and I could see stairs leading up at one end and down at the other. I went up first, climbing one more floor, my footsteps as quiet as I could make them. I waited there, heart threatening to burst out of my chest, listening. If they discovered I was missing and started searching, they'd probably check downstairs first, assuming I'd run that way. I waited for what felt like hours, but was probably only 3 or 4 minutes. Then I heard it, shouting from the apartment below. They'd realized something was wrong. Someone yelled, "That wasn't Alvaro," followed by more shouting and what sounded like furniture being moved. That was my cue. I took the stairs down, moving as fast as I dared without making too much noise. 5 floors felt like 50. Every second I expected to hear footsteps following me, or worse, to run into one of Alvaro's men coming up. By some miracle I made it to the ground floor. I pushed through the exit door and burst out into the night air. I didn't stop to look back. I just ran. Ran like I've never run before. Down alleyways, across streets, around corners, ran until my lungs were burning and my legs were jelly. I ended up at a 24-hour diner about 20 blocks away. I slid into a booth at the back, ordered coffee with shaking hands, and waited. For what, I wasn't sure. For Alvaro's crew to find me? For the police? For my heart rate to return to something resembling normal? I sat in that diner for 3 hours, jumping every time the door opened. But nobody came for me. Eventually, as the sky started to lighten, I paid my bill and walked home, taking the longest, most circuitous route possible. When I got back to our apartment, Jen was still asleep. I stood in the doorway of our bedroom watching her breathe. The fight from the previous night seemed so trivial now. I'd nearly gotten myself killed over what? A suspicion, some texts. But then I saw her phone light up on the nightstand, a message notification from Mike from work at 5:45 in the morning. And I knew. I broke up with her 2 days later. Didn't tell her what happened that night. How could I? Just said I knew about the affair and needed to move on. She cried, admitted everything, begged me to reconsider, but nearly dying gives you a strange kind of clarity. Life's too short to waste on people who don't value you. It's been 3 months now. I moved to a different neighborhood, changed my phone number, started wearing glasses even though my vision is perfect. I grow out my beard, then shave it, then grow it again. Anything to look different from that night. Sometimes I think I'm being paranoid, that Alvaro and his crew have bigger concerns than some random guy who stumbled into their operation, that they've probably forgotten all about me. But then I'll be walking down the street and I'll see a black SUV or a guy in a hoodie watching me too intently, and the fear comes rushing back. I wonder if I'll ever feel safe again. If I'll ever stop looking over my shoulder, expecting to see Alvaro, the man with my face, coming to tie up loose ends. Story 9. I've always been different, but I didn't fully understand how different until after I almost died. Looking back now, I can see that the signs were there all along, even when I was a kid. But they were different then, more subtle, more easily dismissed as an overactive imagination or being too sensitive. But what's happening now? I can't explain it away anymore. When I was little, maybe 7 or 8, I started seeing shadow people. Not just out of the corner of my eye like most people talk about, but full on, standing in the doorway, staring at me kind of shadow people. They didn't have faces, just these black silhouettes that would watch me while I played or tried to sleep. I'd hide under my blankets, thinking that if I couldn't see them, they couldn't see me. Kid logic, right? My parents thought it was night terrors or an overactive imagination. They'd check my room, show me nothing was there, but as soon as they left, the shadows would return. They'd just watch. They never tried to touch me or speak to me, just watched. Sometimes they'd be there when I woke up, standing in the corner of my room or at the foot of my bed. The weird thing is, when I was around 12, I got really sick with some kind of infection and had to take this steroid antibiotic. After that, the shadow people stopped appearing so frequently, maybe once or twice a month instead of almost daily. I didn't connect the dots then, but looking back now, I wonder if the medication somehow affected whatever part of my brain was perceiving these things. Then, about 3 years ago, my whole life changed. I developed a severe medical condition that spiraled out of control. My organs started shutting down one by one. The doctors couldn't figure out what was happening. My family was told to prepare for the worst. I was in and out of consciousness for days, and during one particularly bad night, I flatlined for almost 2 minutes. I don't remember much from that time, just fragments of ceiling tiles being rushed past my face, the cold feel of paddles on my chest, and this overwhelming sense of something else. Not light or tunnels or anything cliché like that, but more like a shift in perception, like suddenly being aware of radio frequencies you couldn't hear before. After they brought me back, I had to deal with the aftermath of oxygen deprivation to my brain. Nothing major, no personality changes or memory issues. But sometimes words would escape me, or I'd get these intense headaches that felt like my skull was being crushed. I spent 6 months in hospice care, with everyone thinking I wouldn't make it. But somehow, against all odds, I did. My recovery was so unexpected that my doctors called it miraculous. But while my body healed, something inside me changed. During those months of recovery, I got really interested in spiritual stuff. Not religious exactly, but more metaphysical. I bought my first tarot deck online and had it delivered to the hospice. The nurses thought I was nuts, but I was just drawn to it. I can't explain why. Later, when I was strong enough to go home, I even got a Ouija board, though I was terrified to use it at first. The first time I tried reading tarot cards was bizarre. Before I'd even flip a card over, I could see it in my mind. The image, the colors, everything. At first I thought it was just my imagination or that maybe I'd accidentally seen the card, but it kept happening. I'd think the tower, and sure enough that's what I'd draw. I'd sense death coming up, and there it would be. This happened way too often to be coincidence. About a year after my near-death experience, a friend came over for a reading. She was excited about a new relationship, and I agreed to do a spread for her. As I shuffled the deck, this overwhelming sense of betrayal washed over me. I couldn't shake it. When I laid out the cards, they showed deception and infidelity. I didn't want to tell her. She was so happy, but the feeling was so strong I couldn't ignore it. "I think he's seeing someone else," I blurted out. She laughed it off, told me I was being negative. 2 weeks later, she called me crying. She'd found messages on his phone from another woman. They'd been together the entire time he'd been dating my friend. That wasn't the only time this happened. Another friend lost her grandmother's ring, a family heirloom. She was distraught, had torn her house apart looking for it. I went over to help her search, and the moment I walked into her bedroom, I just knew it was under the radiator cover in the corner. I didn't even think about it. I just walked straight to it, lifted the cover, and there it was. She was shocked. Honestly, so was I. The Ouija board is a whole other thing. I've only used it a handful of times because what happens freaks me out too much. The planchette moves under my fingers like it's being pulled by a magnet. Once, I asked about a missing library book I couldn't find anywhere. The board spelled out CARBACKSEAT. Sure enough, it had fallen between the seat and the center console of my car. But the most unsettling experiences have been the visions or premonitions or whatever you want to call them. They don't come as dreams or clear images. It's more like intrusive thoughts accompanied by this gut-wrenching feeling of certainty. Last summer, I was going on a road trip with some friends. The night before, as I was packing, I suddenly saw our car tipping over on its side. It was so vivid I dropped the shirt I was folding. I felt sick to my stomach. I almost cancelled, but I didn't want to seem crazy. What was I supposed to say? "Hey guys, I had a weird feeling our car's going to flip over." So I went. The whole drive, I was a nervous wreck. My friends noticed and kept asking if I was okay. I lied and said I was just tired. About 5 hours into the trip, a deer darted across the highway. Our driver swerved to avoid it, lost control, and we hit the guardrail and flipped. The car landed on its side, exactly like I'd seen the night before. We were all okay, just cuts and bruises, but I couldn't stop shaking for hours afterward. I kept thinking, what if I had said something? Could we have avoided it? Should I have been more specific about what I saw? The most recent incident happened just last month. My mom was driving me home after I'd visited for the weekend. Before we left, I helped her carry some things from my late grandfather's house. He'd passed away a few months earlier, and she was finally sorting through his belongings. I picked up his old class ring, and the moment I touched it, I had this flash of a wheel coming loose and a car swerving off the road. I put the ring down and told my mom I thought there might be something wrong with her car's wheels. She laughed it off, saying she'd just had the car serviced 2 weeks ago, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I checked the tires myself before we left, and they looked fine to me, but I'm not a mechanic. About an hour into our drive, I kept bringing it up. Mom was getting annoyed with me at this point. "Honey, the car is fine," she insisted. "The mechanics checked everything. I tried to let it go, but the feeling just got stronger and stronger the longer we drove. I was about to suggest we stop at a garage just to be safe when we heard a loud bang. The entire car lurched to the right. Mom fought to control the steering wheel as we veered toward the edge of the road. There was a steep drop-off on that side, probably 50 feet down to a rocky creek bed. Somehow, she managed to bring the car to a stop just feet from the edge. When we got out to check what had happened, the front passenger side wheel, the one I'd been so worried about, was completely gone. The lug nuts had come loose, and the entire wheel had detached and rolled away into the ditch on the opposite side of the road. We sat on the guardrail waiting for roadside assistance, and Mom kept staring at me. "How did you know?" she finally asked. "How could you possibly have known that was going to happen?" I didn't have an answer for her then, and I still don't now. These experiences have been escalating since my near-death experience. I never had premonitions before my illness. I saw shadow people, yes, but never these intense flashes of future events, never this certainty about things I shouldn't know. I've tried researching people with similar experiences, especially those who've had near-death experiences or brain injuries. There are some accounts out there of people developing strange abilities afterward, suddenly being able to play an instrument they never learned, speaking with different accents, or experiencing heightened senses, but I haven't found many stories like mine. Sometimes I wonder if that period when I was technically dead changed something in me, like maybe my brain rewired itself when it was deprived of oxygen, or perhaps something followed me back from wherever I was during those 2 minutes. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I know. The shadow people still appear occasionally, but they're different now. They don't just watch. They seem to be trying to show me things. Sometimes they point or gesture. I haven't figured out what they want yet. I haven't told my doctors about any of this. What would I even say? Hey, I think dying gave me psychic abilities. They'd probably add possible schizophrenia to my chart. And maybe that's what this is. Some kind of mental health issue resulting from trauma or brain damage, but it doesn't feel like that. These experiences feel real, and they've been proven right too many times to dismiss. I don't know what's happening to me or why. I don't know if there are others out there like me, people who came back from the brink with something extra they didn't have before. All I know is that ever since I died and came back, the veil between what we can perceive and what we can't has become increasingly thin for me, and I don't know how to handle it or who to talk to about it without sounding completely insane. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 months, and I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. I've looked at maps, driven back during daylight, never at night again, and tried to make sense of it. But I can't. My husband can't either. It started with a conversation with our friend Rupert. We were having drinks at our place when he mentioned these supposedly haunted train tracks about an hour outside of town. According to him, there was this local ritual where you could see a ghost train. I'm not usually into paranormal stuff, but the way he described it sounded more like a fun little adventure than anything truly scary. "You drive through these 2 small tunnels that go under the tracks," he explained. "They're identical, about half a mile apart. After you pass through both, you make a U-turn, park, and wait. If you're lucky, you'll see this bluish train appear out of nowhere." My husband was immediately intrigued. I was skeptical but willing to go along with it. Rupert warned us that the tunnels were extremely narrow, so narrow that if you stretched your arm out the car window, you could touch the walls. That detail made it feel more real somehow, like he wasn't just making it up. So last Friday we decided to check it out. We left our house around 10 at night, late enough for it to be properly dark, but not so late that we'd be exhausted. I remember feeling excited, but also a little nervous as we drove. My husband kept saying it would probably be nothing, but he had this gleam in his eye that told me he was hoping for something to happen. The drive to the tracks was uneventful. We followed the directions Rupert had given us, turning onto progressively smaller and more isolated roads. Eventually, we found ourselves on this narrow, winding road with dense woods on either side. There were no streetlights, just our headlights cutting through the darkness. "This has to be it," my husband said, as we approached what looked like a small tunnel ahead. It was exactly as Rupert had described, just big enough for one car, with rough stone walls and a curved ceiling. As we got closer, I could see the train tracks running over the top of it. "So we just drive through this, find the second one, go through that, then turn around and wait?" I asked, double-checking the instructions. "That's what Rupert said," my husband confirmed, slowing down as we approached the tunnel. I remember feeling a slight chill as we entered. The tunnel wasn't long, maybe 30 feet at most, but something about being in that enclosed space made me uneasy. My husband reached out his window and brushed his fingers against the wall, confirming what Rupert had told us about how narrow it was. "One down, one to go," he said as we emerged on the other side, and that's when things started to get weird. According to Rupert, the second tunnel should have been about half a mile away, a minute or two of driving tops. But after 5 minutes, we still hadn't reached it. The road continued to wind through the forest, looking pretty much the same as it had before the first tunnel. "Maybe we missed a turn," I suggested, though I hadn't noticed any other roads. "I don't think so," my husband said, but I could hear uncertainty creeping into his voice. Rupert said it was a straight shot between the tunnels. We kept driving. 5 minutes became 10. The woods seemed to get thicker, pressing in on the narrow road. I checked my phone for GPS, but I had no signal out here. 10 minutes became 15, and still no sign of the second tunnel. "This isn't right," I finally said. "We should have reached it by now. Let's turn around and go back." My husband nodded, clearly relieved that I'd suggested it first. He pulled over to the side of the road, as much as he could on the narrow track, and carefully turned the car around. "It's weird how long we've been driving," he said as we started heading back. "Maybe the tunnels are farther apart than Rupert remembered." I didn't respond. Something felt off, and it wasn't just the distance between the tunnels. The forest seemed different somehow, denser, older. The trees loomed over the road in a way they hadn't before, their branches reaching toward each other like fingers trying to interlock above us. We'd been driving back for about 2 minutes when suddenly there it was, a tunnel identical to the first one. My husband slowed down, giving me a confused look. "That's not possible," he said. "We've only been driving back for a couple of minutes. We were going in the other direction for 15 minutes and didn't see this." I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. Maybe we got turned around somehow, or maybe there are more than 2 tunnels. "Rupert specifically said there were only 2, my husband insisted, and they were only half a mile apart. We sat there for a moment, the car idling in front of the tunnel. I felt like we should turn around again, go back the way we came, but another part of me just wanted to get out of there, to go through the tunnel and head home. "Let's just go through," I said finally. "If this is the second tunnel, then we should reach the first one pretty quickly, and then we'll be back on the main road." My husband hesitated, then nodded and drove forward into the tunnel. Just like the first one, it was narrow and short, the stone walls rough and damp-looking in our headlights. I found myself holding my breath as we passed through. When we emerged on the other side, the road looked the same, narrow, winding, surrounded by dense forest. We drove for maybe 3 minutes before we saw another tunnel ahead of us. "That's the first one," my husband said, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. "It has to be." It looked identical to the others. Same size, same rough stone construction. As we approached, I had the strangest feeling that it was watching us somehow, like there was an awareness to it that stone and concrete shouldn't have. We drove through it in silence, both of us tense. When we came out the other side, I expected, hoped, to see the main road, some sign of civilization. Instead, There was just more of the same narrow forest road. "This isn't right," my husband said, his voice tight. "We should be back on the main road by now." I checked the time on the dashboard clock. We'd been out here for almost an hour now, most of it spent driving up and down this road that shouldn't have been this long. "Let's just keep going," I said. "We have to reach something eventually," but I was starting to wonder if that was true. There was something about this place that felt disconnected, like we'd slipped sideways out of the world we knew and into somewhere else. I didn't say this out loud, though. I didn't want to scare my husband more than he already was. We drove for another 5 minutes before my husband suddenly hit the brakes. "Look," he said, pointing ahead. There was another tunnel, identical to the others. "This isn't possible," I whispered. "We've been going in a straight line. We can't be back at the same tunnel again." My husband turned to look at me, and I could see real fear in his eyes now. What if they're not the same tunnel? What if there are more than 2 of them out here? That thought was somehow worse than us going in circles. It suggested something deliberate about this whole situation, like the tunnels were multiplying or moving, or I don't know what. "What should we do?" I asked. He was quiet for a long moment. "I think we need to go through this one," he finally said. "But let's mark it somehow so we know if we're seeing the same one again." I looked around the car for something we could use. In the glove compartment, I found an old lipstick I'd forgotten about. "We can mark the inside of the tunnel with this," I suggested. We drove slowly into the tunnel, and I leaned out the window, drawing a big X on the wall with the lipstick. It stood out bright red against the grey stone. Then we continued through to the other side. The road on the other side looked the same as before. We drove for about 4 minutes before we saw yet another tunnel. As we approached, I leaned out to look for our mark. There was no X on the wall. "It's a different tunnel," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. My husband didn't respond. He just drove slowly into the tunnel, and I marked this one too with another X. On the other side, we drove for exactly 3 minutes before reaching another tunnel. No X on the wall. We marked it and continued. 2 minutes to the next tunnel, no X, mark it, continue. 1 minute to the next tunnel, no X, mark it, continue. The next tunnel appeared almost immediately after we exited the previous one. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely draw the X. When we emerged from that one, we could already see the next tunnel, maybe 50 feet ahead. My husband stopped the car. "This isn't right," he said, his voice trembling. "They're getting closer together, like they're converging." I looked at him, then back at the tunnel ahead. "What do we do?" "If we go through that one." He didn't finish my thought, but he didn't have to. We both felt it. The sense that if we went through that next tunnel, we might not come back out again, or if we did, it wouldn't be into any world we recognized. My husband put the car in reverse. "We're going back," he said firmly. "Through all of them if we have to, until we find our way out." So that's what we did. We turned around and headed back the way we'd come, through tunnel after tunnel. I checked each one for our marks, but none of them had them. It was like we were going through completely different tunnels on the way back, even though we were on the same road. And then something even stranger happened. The time between tunnels started getting longer again. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It was like they were spreading out, giving us room to breathe. After the 6th or 7th tunnel, I'd lost count by then, we emerged onto a wider road. There were streetlights in the distance, signs of civilization. My husband let out a shaky laugh. "We made it," he said. But had we? Something still felt wrong. I checked the time on the dashboard. We'd been out there for less than an hour and a half. How was that possible? We'd spent at least 15 minutes driving in one direction, then all that time going through tunnel after tunnel. The math didn't add up. The space didn't add up. When we got home, we immediately called Rupert. He was confused by our story. "There are only 2 tunnels," he insisted, "and they're really close together. You can't miss the second one. And what do you mean you went through more tunnels? There aren't any others out there." We tried to explain what had happened, but he just thought we were exaggerating or had somehow gotten lost. But I know what we experienced. The time distortion, the multiplying tunnels, the sense of being trapped in some kind of loop or spiral that was drawing us in. I've since done some research on the folklore around those tracks. Most of it is the usual ghost stories about phantom trains and the spirits of people who died in accidents. But there was one account, buried in an old forum thread, that mentioned something called a fairy trap, a place where reality bends, where time and space don't behave the way they should. The person who wrote about it said these traps were designed to lure people in, to pull them deeper and deeper until they crossed over into somewhere else. They never specified where. I don't know if that's what we encountered that night. I don't know what would have happened if we'd kept going forward, through that last tunnel that appeared so quickly after the one before it. Part of me thinks we would have just found more tunnels, an infinite regression of identical passages leading nowhere. Or maybe we would have found something else on the other side. Something waiting for us. We've never gone back to those tracks. We've never tried to find those tunnels again. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night and pass through an underpass or a short tunnel, I find myself holding my breath, afraid of what might be waiting on the other side, afraid that I might emerge somewhere else, somewhere I can't get back from. Story 11. I've never really told this story to many people. It's not that it's particularly scary or anything, but it's just weird. The older I get, the more unsettling it becomes when I think about it. When I was little, around 6 years old, I had what my parents assumed was an imaginary friend, except she wasn't like what you'd expect from a kid's made-up companion. She didn't have a quirky name or some elaborate backstory. I just called her Girl. The first time I noticed her, I was playing with my toys in the corner of my bedroom. I had this whole collection of plastic dinosaurs that I would arrange in these elaborate battle scenes. I remember feeling someone watching me, which made me look up, and there she was, just standing by my closet door. She wasn't solid-looking like a real person. She appeared white and kind of hazy around the edges, like someone had sketched her with chalk and then smudged the outlines with their finger. I couldn't make out specific details of her face, no eyes or mouth that I can recall. But somehow I knew she was a girl around my age. The weird thing is, I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. It felt completely normal that she was there, like she was just another piece of furniture in my room. I remember nodding at her and then going back to my dinosaurs. That was it. No introduction, no questions about who she was or where she came from. In my 6-year-old mind, she simply belonged there. She never played with me. Not once in all those years. She would just watch. Sometimes she'd stand in different spots around my room, by the window, near my bed, or in the corner. Other times she'd sit cross-legged on the floor while I built block towers or colored in my books. But she was always silent, always still. There were moments when I felt like she was trying to tell me something, not with words, she never spoke, but with a kind of pressure in the air around me. It's hard to explain. It was like when you walk into a room and can feel someone's bad mood without them saying anything. Except with Girl, it wasn't negative. It was more like awareness, like she was making sure I knew she was there. I remember one afternoon when I was about 7. I was sick with a fever, lying in bed while my mom was downstairs making soup. Girl was standing at the foot of my bed, and I swear she seemed more solid than usual. The room felt cooler where she was. I reached out my hand toward her, not expecting anything, but just wanting to acknowledge her somehow. She didn't move or reach back, but I felt this wave of something. Comfort, maybe. The fever seemed less intense after that. My parents never saw her, obviously. When I mentioned Girl to my mum once, she just smiled and asked me what games we played together. I tried to explain that we didn't play. She just watched. But Mom just nodded in that distracted way adults do when they're humoring a kid. After that, I stopped bringing Girl up. It didn't seem important to make other people understand her presence. For nearly 4 years, she was just there. Not every day, but often enough that seeing her wasn't surprising. Sometimes I'd go a week or two without noticing her, and then suddenly she'd be by my bookshelf or near the window, watching silently as I did homework or got ready for bed. The strange part is how she left. There was no dramatic goodbye, no final appearance where I somehow knew it would be the last time. Around the time I turned 10, I simply realized one day that I hadn't seen Girl in a while. Weeks passed, then months. She just stopped being there, and here's what really gets me now when I think back on it. I wasn't sad when she disappeared. I didn't miss her or worry about where she'd gone. I didn't even really think about her absence much. It was like she had served whatever purpose she had and just faded away naturally. I accepted it completely, the same way I had accepted her presence. I basically forgot about Girl for years after that. School got more demanding. I made real friends. I got into sports, normal kid stuff. Girl became this vague memory from early childhood, like remembering a teacher from kindergarten or a neighbor who moved away. Then, about 2 years ago, I was hanging out with my friend Sam. We were having a few beers and talking about weird childhood memories. I don't know what made me think of Girl, but I found myself telling Sam about her. As I was describing how she would just silently watch me play, I noticed Sam's expression changing from amused to concerned. "Dude," Sam said when I finished, "that sounds like you saw a ghost or something." I laughed it off at first, but something about the way Sam said it made my skin prickle. A ghost? The thought had literally never occurred to me. In all those years, I had just accepted Girl as, well, Girl. I had never questioned what she was or why she was there. It wasn't like that, I insisted. She wasn't scary. She was just there. But you said she was all white and blurry, right? And she never talked? That's classic ghost stuff, Sam pressed. I couldn't sleep that night after our conversation. I kept replaying memories of Girl in my mind, trying to examine them from an adult perspective. Had she been translucent? Could I see through her to the wall behind? I couldn't remember for sure. Had there been any strange occurrences in the house during those years? Cold spots, weird noises, things moving around? Nothing specific came to mind. But what really started bothering me was the realization that Girl never felt like she came from my imagination. Imaginary friends are supposed to be projections, right? They do what you want them to do, say what you want them to say. They're extensions of yourself. Girl wasn't like that at all. She had her own, I don't know, presence, agency. She decided when to appear and where to stand. She never responded to my directions or participated in my games. She was entirely separate from me. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. If she wasn't imaginary, what was she? I started researching childhood experiences with apparitions and found way too many stories that sounded similar to mine. Kids who described transparent friends or watching people who adults couldn't see. It sent me down this rabbit hole of ghost theories and paranormal experiences that honestly freaked me out. I called my mum the next day and casually asked if she remembered me talking about Girl when I was little. She did, vaguely. "You had such an active imagination," she said fondly. "You used to tell me about that silent friend of yours who just watched you play." "What did you call her again?" "Girl," I said. "Just Girl." "Right, so simple. Not like your cousin Jessie, who had that imaginary purple dragon with the complicated name." I hesitated, then asked, "Mom, did anything strange ever happen in our old house, before we moved in or while we lived there?" There was a pause on the line. "What do you mean by strange?" "I don't know. Did anyone ever die there?" Mom laughed nervously. "What an odd question." "Not that I know of. We were the second owners. The Petersons built it in the 80s. Lived there until Mr. Peterson got transferred to Cincinnati for work. Why are you asking about this now?" I made up some excuse about a conversation with friends about childhood homes. I didn't want to freak her out with ghost theories. But after we hung up, I couldn't shake this growing unease. I've spent the past couple of years occasionally thinking about Girl. I've tried searching property records for our old house, looking for any history of deaths or accidents, but found nothing unusual. I even drove by the place last summer. New paint, new fence, but otherwise the same modest two-story where I grew up. What bothers me most isn't the possibility that she might have been something supernatural. It's the fact that I never questioned her existence. For years, this white, featureless figure stood in my room watching me, and I accepted it as completely normal. I never felt threatened, never felt the need to tell adults about it in a way that would make them truly understand what I was seeing. And sometimes, in those moments between wakefulness and sleep, I find myself wondering, what was she getting from watching me? What purpose did her presence serve? Was she protecting me from something I couldn't see, or was I somehow helping her by allowing her to be there? I still don't feel afraid when I think about Girl, but I do feel a growing sense of unease about what her existence might mean. If she wasn't something I created in my mind, then she was something that existed independently of me, something that chose to spend years silently observing a random child before moving on. The strangest part, sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll get that same feeling I had as a kid, that pressure in the air, that awareness of being watched. It never lasts long, just a moment or two. But it makes me wonder if Girl is still out there somewhere, still watching, still silent. And I wonder if someday she might come back. Story 12. I've been putting off writing about this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. I still get chills thinking about it. This happened last month, when I agreed to house sit for my friends Mark and Jennifer. They were going on a 2-week vacation to Hawaii and needed someone to look after their place and their 2 German shepherds, Rufus and Bella. Their house is pretty isolated, about 20 minutes outside a small town in Arkansas, surrounded by dense woods. The property itself is beautiful, a large 2-story home with a wraparound porch on about 5 acres of land. Before they left, Jennifer casually mentioned something about their neighbor, Steve. "Just a heads up about our neighbor," she said while showing me where they kept the dog food. "He's a bit off. Lives about half a mile through the woods. Keeps to himself mostly, but sometimes he yells at trees." I laughed, thinking she was joking, but she gave me this serious look. "I'm not kidding. He literally stands in his yard and screams at pine trees. He's been arrested a few times. We've never had problems with him, but just be aware." Mark added, "If you see a skinny guy with a scraggly beard on a moped, that's him. Just avoid engaging with him. He's harmless as long as you don't get his attention." I didn't think much of it. I've dealt with weird neighbors before. How bad could this guy be? The first day went fine. I worked remotely from their dining room table, took the dogs for a long walk on their property, and settled in for the evening. I was making dinner around 6 when I first heard it, someone shouting in the distance. I couldn't make out words, just angry yelling coming from the direction of the woods. The dogs immediately went nuts, barking and running to the front door. I looked out the window but couldn't see anything. I calmed the dogs down and tried to ignore it, figuring it must be Steve having an argument with some poor oak tree. After dinner, I took the dogs out for their evening bathroom break. It was getting dark, but there was still enough light to see. That's when I spotted him at the end of the driveway, a wiry man in his 50s with stringy brown hair and a beard, wearing dirty jeans and a flannel shirt despite the summer heat. He was straddling an old blue moped, just staring at the house. The dogs started growling, their hackles raised. I felt exposed standing there, but I didn't want to show fear. I gave a brief wave, hoping he'd just move along. Instead, he kicked his moped to life and slowly rode up the long gravel driveway toward me. My heart started pounding. I tightened my grip on the dogs' leashes as they barked furiously. He stopped about 20 feet away, turned off the moped, and just stared at me with these intense, watery blue eyes. "You're not Jennifer?" he finally said. His voice was higher pitched than I expected, with a thick Arkansas accent. "No, I'm house-sitting for Mark and Jennifer while they're away," I replied, trying to sound casual. "I'm taking care of their dogs for a couple weeks." He tilted his head, looking me up and down. "They didn't tell me they was leaving." "Oh, well, they're on vacation," I said, taking a small step backward toward the house. "When are they coming back?" he asked, scratching at his beard. "In about 2 weeks," I said, immediately regretting giving him that information. He just nodded, his eyes drifting to the dogs, then back to me. "I keep an eye on things around here," he said, "always watching." "That's nice of you," I replied, now desperately wanting to get back inside. Without another word, he started his moped and rode back down the driveway, disappearing around the bend toward the main road. I rushed the dogs back inside, double-checked that all the doors were locked, and tried to calm my nerves. Maybe he was just being neighborly in his own strange way. But something about those eyes and the way he said, "always watching," made my skin crawl. I tried to distract myself with Netflix, but around 7:30, the dogs suddenly jumped up and started barking again. I peeked through the living room blinds and felt my stomach drop. Steve was slowly circling my car in the driveway, examining it carefully. He bent down to look at my license plate, then peered through the windows. I ducked away from the blinds, not wanting him to see me watching. What the hell was he doing? I debated calling Mark and Jennifer, but didn't want to worry them on their vacation. Besides, technically he wasn't doing anything illegal, just being extremely creepy. After a few minutes, I heard the moped start up and fade into the distance. I checked out the window and he was gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. This guy was clearly unhinged, and I was alone in an isolated house with only 2 dogs for protection. Around 8, the dogs went ballistic again, barking and scratching at the back door this time. My heart sank. I crept to the kitchen window and carefully peeked out. There he was, on the back porch. He was crouched down, striking matches and dropping them onto the wooden boards of the porch. Not setting anything on fire exactly, just letting the matches burn out on the wood like he was practicing, testing. Each match would flare up, and he'd watch it intently until it died out, then strike another. I felt sick. I quietly backed away from the window and grabbed my phone, but didn't call anyone yet. What if he heard me talking? Instead, I crept upstairs to get a better vantage point from the guest bedroom window which overlooked the backyard. From up there, I could see him more clearly. He had finished with the matches and was now pacing back and forth across the porch, muttering to himself and occasionally twitching his head to the side as if responding to someone, but there was nobody else there. He'd stop, look up at the house, then resume his pacing and muttering. I was frozen with fear, watching this bizarre display. Then, without warning, he walked straight to the back door and began knocking, softly at first, then more insistently. The dogs were going absolutely wild downstairs, barking and throwing themselves against the door. The knocking turned to pounding. "I know you're in there," he shouted. "I just want to talk. Let me in." That broke my paralysis. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers. 911, what's your emergency? The dispatcher answered. I whispered frantically, "There's a man trying to break into the house I'm staying at. He's pounding on the door and won't leave." The dispatcher asked for the address, which I gave her. "Are you alone in the house?" "Yes, except for 2 dogs," I replied, my voice trembling. "It's the neighbor. He was lighting matches on the porch and now he's trying to get in." "Is the house secure? Are all doors and windows locked?" "Yes, I think so," I whispered, then flinched as Steve's pounding grew louder. "Can you see if he has any weapons?" she asked. I peered out again. "I don't see any, but it's getting dark." "Are all the lights off in the house?" "Yes," I said. "I want you to turn on all the lights," she said firmly. "Make it obvious someone is inside and calling for help." I hesitated, terrified at the thought of revealing my location in the house. "Trust me," she insisted. "Most intruders will flee once they know authorities have been called. I'm dispatching deputies now, but they're about 15 minutes out." I gathered my courage, ran to the hallway, and flipped on every light switch I could reach. Immediately the pounding stopped. I rushed back to the window and saw Steve standing in the yard, staring up at the now illuminated house. For a moment, he didn't move, just stood there with his head tilted at that unnatural angle. Then, without warning, he turned and walked stiffly into the woods, disappearing among the trees. I stayed on the phone with the dispatcher until a deputy arrived about 20 minutes later. By then, I was a complete wreck, sitting on the stairs with both dogs pressed against me, jumping at every sound from outside. The deputy, a middle-aged man named Officer Daniels, did a thorough check of the property. He found several burnt matches on the back porch, just as I'd described. "Do you know this Steve fella?" he asked. "No, I'm just house-sitting. The homeowners mentioned him, but not that he'd do something like this." Officer Daniels nodded grimly. "We know Steve. He's had some issues, has a history of this sort of behavior." "What kind of issues?" I asked. "Nothing I can officially comment on," he said, "but I don't think you should stay here alone tonight. Is there somewhere you can go?" I called my dad, who lived about an hour away. He agreed to come get me. The officer stayed until my dad arrived and helped me pack some essentials for the night. Before we left, he gave me his card with his direct number. "Call immediately if you see him again," he said. "And honestly, I'd recommend finding someone to stay with you if you come back to finish the house-sitting job." I spent the night at my dad's place, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. The next morning, we returned to the house together to take care of the dogs. As we pulled up the driveway, I spotted Steve watching from the tree line. When he saw my dad get out of the car, he immediately retreated deeper into the woods. Dad stayed with me that day while I worked, and we agreed he'd come back each evening until Mark and Jennifer returned. During that time, I only saw Steve once more, watching the house from the woods, but he never approached while my dad was there. After Mark and Jennifer got back, I asked them more about Steve. They seemed uncomfortable, but finally admitted he had multiple domestic violence charges, was forbidden from seeing his children, and hadn't worked in years. They said he'd never bothered them before, which is why they hadn't warned me more explicitly. "He must have taken a disliking to you for some reason," Jennifer said apologetically. "That's what haunts me the most. There was nothing I did to provoke him. He just hated me from the moment he saw me. I can still picture those watery blue eyes, that head tilt, the methodical way he lit those matches, like he was testing how quickly the house might burn. I declined when they asked if I'd house-sit again in the future. Some people just have a switch that's one beer away from going full loco, and I'm pretty sure Steve's switch is hanging by a thread. I still have nightmares about what might have happened if I hadn't turned on those lights." Story 13. I've never really talked about this with anyone outside my family. It happened when I was just 7 years old, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories just burn themselves into your brain, you know, especially the scary ones. We were living in this small apartment back then. Me, my mum, my dad, and my baby brother. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a simple place with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. My room was small, but comfortable. My bed faced the door, which opened to this hallway that connected everything in our apartment. If you went left down that hallway, you'd reach the kitchen and living room. If you went right, you'd get to my parents' bedroom, where they slept with my baby brother. That night, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I couldn't fall asleep. It was probably around 9 or 10 o'clock. My parents had tucked me in and turned off the lights, but I just wasn't tired. You know how it is when you're a kid and your mind is racing with thoughts and made-up stories? That was me that night. I was sitting up in bed, just playing with my stuffed animals and making up adventures for them in my head. The hallway light was on, casting this dim glow into my room. My door was open because I didn't like it closed completely. I was afraid of the dark back then. Well, I guess I still am now, after what happened. I remember it was really quiet that night. My baby brother wasn't crying, which was unusual. The TV wasn't on. It was just silent, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or something, but then it moved. There was this figure in the hallway. It came from the direction of my parents' room and was walking toward the kitchen. It was shorter than me, actually, and I was only 7. It had this weird, spiky hair that stuck up all over its head. But the thing that really freaked me out was that it was carrying something, like a small suitcase or briefcase in its hand. It didn't look at me. It didn't even seem to notice I was there. It just walked from my parents' bedroom toward the kitchen, kind of slowly, like it had all the time in the world, and then it was gone. I froze. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just sat there, clutching my stuffed bear so hard my knuckles turned white. I don't know how long I stayed like that, maybe minutes, maybe longer, but eventually I found the courage to pull my blanket over my head and hide. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every little sound made me jump. I kept thinking it was coming back. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but too scared to close my eyes. When my mum came to wake me up for school, I told her I saw something in the hallway last night. I didn't go into details. Even at that age, I had this weird feeling, this instinct, I guess, that if I talked about it too much or described it in detail, it would come back, like saying its name would summon it or something. My parents didn't make a big deal out of it at first. My dad just said it was probably a dream or my imagination, but I knew what I saw. That night, I refused to sleep in my room. I cried and begged until they let me sleep in their room on the floor next to their bed. This went on for about a week. My dad was getting frustrated with me sleeping in their room. He kept saying I was a big boy now and needed to sleep in my own bed, but I was terrified. Eventually my dad put his foot down and said I had to go back to my room. I cried so hard that night, I was convinced that thing was waiting for me. My mum must have seen how genuinely scared I was because she offered to sleep in my room with me that night. She made a little bed on the floor next to mine. I remember feeling so relieved that I wouldn't be alone. That night, I actually managed to fall asleep with my mum there. But what I didn't know then, what I wouldn't find out until years later, was that my mum had her own terrifying experience that same night. We didn't talk about that night for a long time afterward. All I knew was that within 2 weeks of the incident, my mum was insisting we had to move. It was strange, because we'd only been in that apartment for about 6 months, and moving is such a hassle with a baby. My dad argued about it, saying we couldn't afford to break the lease, but my mum was adamant. There was something in her voice, a kind of desperation, that eventually convinced him. We moved out by the end of the month to another apartment across town. I was relieved, but I still had nightmares about that spiky-haired figure for months afterward. It wasn't until I was about 15, 8 years after it happened, that my mum finally told me her side of the story. We were driving past our old apartment building one day, and I got this cold feeling just looking at it. My mum must have noticed because she suddenly started talking. "Do you remember that night you saw something in the hallway?" she asked me. I nodded. How could I forget? She took a deep breath and continued, "I never told you this, but when I slept in your room that night, I couldn't fall asleep either. According to my mum, she was lying there on the floor next to my bed, listening to my breathing as I slept. She was facing the doorway, the same doorway where I had seen the small figure. As she was starting to doze off, she felt a sudden chill in the room. When she opened her eyes and looked toward the doorframe, she saw what she described as La Santa Muerte, what we Mexicans call the Grim Reaper. She said it was tall and wearing a black cloak with a hood. She couldn't see its face, just darkness where the face should be. It was just standing there, watching us. My mom, being very religious, started praying under her breath. She said the Lord's Prayer over and over, clutching the small crucifix she always wore around her neck. Eventually, she fell asleep from exhaustion, but she was terrified the entire time. The next morning, she went straight to my dad and told him we needed to move immediately. He thought she was overreacting, but she was insistent. She didn't tell him what she saw. She just said the apartment didn't feel right and that it wasn't good for the kids. But there was more to the story that she only told me that day in the car. After we'd moved out, my mom ran into one of the neighbors from the old building at the grocery store. They got to talking, and the neighbor mentioned something that made my mom's blood run cold. Apparently, the previous tenants of our apartment had been evicted suddenly. The neighbor didn't know all the details, but she had heard from the building manager that they had found evidence that someone had been practicing some kind of witchcraft in the apartment. The neighbor said there had been complaints about strange smells and noises coming from our unit before we moved in. The maintenance guy who cleaned the apartment after the eviction had found weird symbols drawn on the closet walls and hidden under the carpets. They had to repaint and recarpet the whole place before we moved in. The building manager had kept it quiet because he didn't want to scare away potential tenants. My mum believes that whatever rituals were performed in that apartment left something behind, something that both she and I saw that night. To this day, I still don't know exactly what that small, spiky-haired creature with a suitcase was. Was it a demon? A ghost? Some kind of entity summoned through black magic? I don't know. My mom thinks it might have been some kind of familiar spirit or helper for whoever was practicing witchcraft there. What freaks me out even more is that we saw different things. I saw the small figure with the suitcase, while my mum saw what looked like death itself. It's like whatever was there showed itself differently to each of us, maybe taking forms from our own fears or cultural backgrounds. I'm 32 now, and I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe my mom was influenced by what I had told her and thought she saw something too. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. And the fact that my mom was so desperate to move us out of there, despite the financial strain it put on our family, tells me she really saw something too. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed in that apartment. Would those entities have just watched us, or would things have escalated? I'm glad we never had to find out. I've never gone back to that building, not even to drive by it if I can help it. Some places just have bad energy, you know, and whatever was in that apartment, whether it was attached to the space or had been called there by someone else, I want nothing to do with it. I still get chills when I think about that spiky-haired figure walking down our hallway with its little suitcase. What was in that suitcase? Where was it going? And why did it appear to a 7-year-old boy in the middle of the night? These are questions I'll probably never have answers to, and maybe that's for the best. Story 14. I've been working at this restaurant for almost 2 years now, and I need to get this off my chest. I'm not typically the type who believes in ghosts or anything like that. I've always been pretty logical, science-minded. But the stuff that's happened at my workplace has seriously messed with my head, and I can't explain it. The first weird thing happened a few months after I started. It was early winter, so the outdoor patio had been closed for the season. I was wiping down tables in the main dining area when I noticed my manager Doug walking toward the patio doors. They were these massive, heavy glass doors that took real effort to open and close. You practically had to put your body weight into them. Anyway, I was watching him approach the doors to check if they were locked properly before closing, when suddenly one of them slammed shut, hard. Like really hard. Doug actually jumped back. "Did you see that?" he asked me, looking genuinely startled. I nodded, because I definitely saw it. There was no breeze, no draft, nothing that could have moved those doors. They were too heavy for that. What made it even weirder was that the door had closed perfectly, aligning with the frame exactly as if someone had carefully shut it. Doug tried to laugh it off, but I could tell he was freaked out. He muttered something about the building settling or whatever, but we both knew that made no sense. Heavy glass doors don't just close themselves perfectly because a building settles. I mostly forgot about that incident until a few months ago when something happened that I still can't explain. I was standing at the polishing station, which is basically just a counter against the back wall, where we polish silverware during slow periods. My back was directly against the wall, like I could feel the wall touching my back through my shirt. My co-worker Jen was standing across from me, and we were just chatting about some TV show while polishing forks. Mid-sentence, I felt something grab my shoulder. And when I say grab, I don't mean a light touch. I mean it felt like someone firmly clamped their hand on my right shoulder, like they were trying to get my attention. It lasted maybe half a second, but it was unmistakable. I actually yelped and spun around, dropping the fork I was holding. There was nothing there, just the wall. "What's wrong?" Jen asked, looking concerned. "Someone just grabbed my shoulder," I said, still looking behind me like I might find someone hiding there. "There's no one there," she said, looking confused. "And I've been watching you the whole time." That's what made it so unsettling. My back was literally against a solid wall. No one could have been behind me, and no one could have reached around from either side without both of us seeing them. It wasn't like someone could have snuck up. There was nowhere for them to hide, and Jen would have seen anyone approaching. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe something fell from above, but there was nothing above that could have fallen. Maybe I imagined it, but it was so distinct. 5 fingers pressing into my shoulder with enough force that I could still feel it minutes later. I even checked my shirt later to see if there was a mark or something, but there wasn't. The most recent thing happened just last week, and it's what finally pushed me to write this all down. I was working a closing shift, and it was around 11 at night. I'd gone down to the basement break room to grab my jacket before heading home. The basement is pretty basic, just the break room, some storage areas, and the walk-in freezers. I got my stuff and was walking toward the stairs when I heard it. Laughter. A woman's laughter, clear as day, coming from somewhere to my right. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, this weird, high-pitched laugh that sounded almost like a recording, like something you'd hear in an old movie or on a scratchy vinyl record. It wasn't muffled or distant. It sounded like it was right there next to me. I froze. The break room was about 10 feet to my left, where a couple of kitchen guys were still packing up their stuff. The sound definitely didn't come from there. It was from the complete opposite direction, where there's just a storage area with cleaning supplies. I called out, thinking maybe someone was playing a joke on me, but no one responded. I actually walked over to check the storage area, flipping on the light, but it was empty, just mops and buckets and cleaning chemicals. When I went back to the break room, I casually asked if anyone had heard anything. They looked at me like I was crazy. "You heard what?" one of them asked. "Like a woman laughing?" I said, feeling stupid as I said it. They exchanged looks. "Dude, there are no women working tonight except for Carmen, and she left an hour ago." That's when one of them, Mike, who's been there longer than me, got this serious look on his face. "Which part of the basement were you in?" I told him I was heading toward the stairs from the break room, and he nodded knowingly. "That area by the old storage room?" he asked. "Yeah, weird stuff happens down there all the time. Last month I was doing inventory back there and felt like someone was breathing down my neck the whole time. Kept turning around expecting to see someone, but nobody was there." That opened the floodgates. Suddenly everyone was sharing their weird experiences. Carmen apparently refuses to go into the wine cellar alone because she swears something touches her hair when she's in there. One of the bartenders claimed glasses have moved on their own behind the bar. The head chef supposedly saw a full figure once, standing in the kitchen after hours, but when he called out to what he thought was a staff member, it vanished. I'd never heard any of these stories before, but apparently everyone just accepts that our restaurant is haunted. They talk about it so casually, like it's just part of working there, like complaining about the broken ice machine or the finicky POS system. The building is pretty old, probably from the early 1900s. It was something else before becoming a restaurant. I think a bank, based on some of the architecture. There's even this weird little room off the kitchen that has an old vault door that's been welded open. We use it for dry storage now, but it's always colder than the rest of the building. I asked if anyone knew any history about the place, like if someone had died there or something, but nobody seems to know specifics. Just rumors and speculation. Mike thinks it might be related to a fire that supposedly happened in the building back in the 1970s, but he doesn't know details. What freaks me out isn't just the incidents themselves, but how matter-of-fact everyone is about them, like, oh yeah, the ghost grabbed your shoulder, that happens. As if it's normal. As if we should just accept that our workplace has something supernatural hanging around. I'm not afraid to go to work or anything dramatic like that. I still do my job, still go into the basement when I need to, but I'm more aware now. I catch myself listening for that laughter or hesitating before turning my back to an empty room. I find myself watching the patio doors when I walk by them, half expecting to see them move on their own. The thing that bothers me most is how solid that hand on my shoulder felt. It wasn't a brush or a tap. It was a firm grip, like someone trying to stop me from moving forward, like they wanted me to turn around. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd turned around faster. Would I have seen something? Someone? Last night I was closing up alone. Just me and the kitchen manager, who was in the back doing inventory. I was counting the register when I got that feeling, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. The dining room was completely empty, all chairs up on tables, floors freshly mopped, but I could feel it. That pressure in the air, like when you know someone has entered a room, even if you didn't hear or see them come in. I forced myself to look up slowly from the register, scanning the dining room. Nothing, just empty tables and chairs. But as I was about to look back down, I noticed movement by the patio doors. Just the slightest shift, like someone had just stepped out of sight. I called out, "Hello!" My voice sounded way too loud in the empty restaurant. No response, of course. I know I should have just finished the register count and left, but something compelled me to walk over to those patio doors. The whole time, my heart was pounding like crazy. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, just shadows from the streetlights outside. Just my tired brain playing tricks. When I got to the doors, I put my hand on the glass and peered outside. The patio was dark, just barely lit by the glow from a nearby street lamp. The tables and chairs were stacked and covered with tarps for the night. Nothing seemed out of place. And then, as I was about to turn away, I felt it. A cold spot, right next to me. The temperature dropped so suddenly it made me gasp. It was like standing next to an open freezer, this pocket of frigid air that had no business being there on an otherwise warm spring night. I stepped back quickly, and as I did, I heard it again. That same laugh, just a brief snippet, like someone had pressed play and then stop on a recording. But this time, it sounded closer, almost like it was right in my ear. I practically ran back to the register, grabbed my stuff, and told the kitchen manager I was leaving. I didn't mention what happened. What would I even say? I still don't know what to make of all this. I'm not ready to say ghost, definitively, but I also can't come up with any logical explanation for what's been happening. All I know is that something is there in that restaurant with us. Something that can move objects, that can touch, that can make sounds, and whatever it is, it seems to be getting more active, or maybe I'm just more aware of it now. Either way, I'll be going back to work tomorrow, like always. But I'll be watching those patio doors a little more carefully, and I'm definitely not polishing silverware with my back to any walls. Story 15. I've lived in my family home in the Philippines for most of my life. But there are some things that happened here that I still can't explain, even years later. I'm not usually superstitious or easily scared, but what I experienced was real, and I know what I saw and heard. The worst incidents happened within a single day last year, but there had been strange things building up for weeks before that. My family had noticed small things, items moved from where we'd left them, strange noises at night, and our cats acting weird, staring at empty corners or hissing at nothing. We mostly brushed it off as imagination or just old house sounds. But then came that day in July that I still can't fully process. It was the middle of the rainy season, and we'd been having power issues in our barangay for weeks. That morning started normally enough. My parents left early for work, my brother had gone to visit our relatives in the next town, and it was just me and my sister at home. We did our usual chores, and everything seemed fine until around sunset. The power went out around 6 in the evening. This wasn't unusual. Brownouts happen all the time during the rainy season, but the timing felt off. The sky got dark quickly, and the rain started coming down hard. My sister and I lit some candles and went about our business. She was studying for exams in her room, while I prepared a simple dinner of leftover adobo and rice. After eating, I decided to go outside to light a small fire in our backyard. We often did this during power outages. It provided better light than candles and kept the mosquitoes away. Our 3 cats followed me outside as they usually did. I gathered some dry wood from the covered storage area and got a small fire going. That's when I first noticed something was off. Our cats, who are normally relaxed and playful, were acting strange. They were alert, their backs slightly arched, and they kept looking toward the tall grass that grows along the side of our property. At first, I thought it might be a snake, or maybe one of the neighbor's chickens that sometimes wanders into our yard. Then I heard it. A meowing sound from the grass, but not like any normal cat sound. It was distorted and angry, almost like a person trying to imitate a cat, but getting it horribly wrong. It was loud, way louder than any house cat could make, and there was something in the tone that made my skin crawl. One of our cats, Ming Ming, started meowing back frantically. The other 2 arched their backs fully and hissed. I stood up slowly, grabbing my flashlight. The meowing from the grass grew more intense, more angry. It didn't sound like an animal in pain or even an animal fighting. It sounded wrong, like something that shouldn't exist. I pointed my flashlight toward the sound, and that's when I saw it. A black cat sitting at the edge of the tall grass, staring directly at me. Now I don't believe the old superstitions about black cats being bad luck or being a swangs in disguise. We've had black cats in our neighborhood before, but this one was different. When my flashlight beam hit it, its eyes didn't reflect the light like cat eyes should. All cats' eyes glow when light hits them. It's just how their eyes work. But this cat's eyes stayed dark, absorbing the light completely, and they looked angry, intelligent, not animal-like at all. The creature, I can't bring myself to call it a cat anymore, kept making that horrible meowing sound, growing louder and more distorted. Our cats were in a complete panic now, running back toward the house. I started backing away slowly, not wanting to turn my back on whatever this thing was. Just then, my sister called from the window, asking what was going on. When I turned to answer her, I heard a rustling in the grass. When I looked back, the black cat was gone, but the tall grass was moving as if something much larger was moving through it. "Get inside and lock the doors," I shouted to my sister. I quickly put out the fire with some dirt and ran inside, locking the back door behind me. Inside, our cats were still agitated, pacing and meowing softly. My sister looked scared, and I tried to explain what I'd seen without freaking her out too much. We decided to call our father, who was working late but said he'd come home right away. My brother was staying overnight with our relatives, so it would just be the 3 of us. My father arrived about an hour later, around 8 or 9 in the evening. The power was still out, and the rain had gotten heavier. We told him about the strange black cat and the unnatural meowing. He's not easily scared, my father, but I could tell he was concerned. In our culture, there are many stories of supernatural creatures that can take animal forms, particularly cats. We ate dinner together by candlelight, trying to keep the conversation normal. But we all kept glancing toward the windows. The rain beat against the glass, creating strange shadows that made us jumpy, and then we heard it again, that same distorted, angry meowing, but louder now, as if whatever was making the sound was right outside our house. Our cats went crazy, running to hide under furniture. The meowing continued, growing more intense, more wrong with each passing second. My father grabbed his flashlight and went to the window. He shined the light out into our yard, toward the tall grass. I stood behind him, peering over his shoulder. The beam caught movement in the grass, something large, much larger than a cat, moving sinuously through the vegetation. "Umalis kadito," my father shouted at whatever was out there, which roughly means "get out of here" in English. The meowing stopped for a moment, then started again, even louder and angrier than before. My father's face went pale. Without saying anything, he went to the kitchen and grabbed a container of salt. In Philippine folklore, salt is believed to ward off evil spirits. He opened the window just a crack and threw a handful of salt toward the grass, while muttering what sounded like a prayer under his breath. The meowing immediately turned into a strange, garbled sound, almost like a scream, but not human or animal. It sent chills down my spine. My father quickly closed and locked all the windows, then drew the curtains. "Stay inside," he told us firmly. "Don't look outside. Don't open any doors or windows." We sat in the living room, the three of us huddled together with the cats, listening to the rain, and occasionally that terrible sound from outside. Eventually, around 11, it stopped. The power came back on shortly after that, which felt like a small victory. My father told us to try to get some sleep, saying he'd stay up for a while longer. I went to my room but couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those dark, intelligent eyes that didn't reflect light. Around midnight, I heard my sister moving around in her room, which is next to mine. I was about to call out to her when I heard it, knocking. Not on the front door, but on my sister's bedroom door from inside the house. The knocking was forceful, persistent, like someone desperately trying to get in. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, over and over. I froze in my bed, too scared to move. Then I heard a voice that made my blood run cold. It was my brother's voice, exactly his voice, saying, "Ket buksal loakong," which means "open the door" in our local dialect. But that was impossible. My brother wasn't home. He was staying with relatives in another town, miles away. I knew whatever was knocking wasn't my brother. It couldn't be. The knocking grew more insistent, and I could hear the doorknob rattling as if someone was trying to force it open. I knew my sister was alone in there, probably terrified. I forced myself to move, jumping out of bed and running to my door. I threw it open and shouted down the hallway in Tagalog, "Wala naman kumakatok," meaning, "There's no one knocking." The knocking immediately stopped. The silence that followed was almost as terrifying as the knocking had been. I stood there, my heart pounding, staring at my sister's closed door. After what felt like forever, her door opened slowly and she peered out, her face white with fear. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "It sounded exactly like Kuya, older brother." I nodded, unable to find my voice for a moment. "But it's not him. He's not here." My father appeared behind me, awakened by my shout. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice tense. We explained about the knocking and the voice. He checked every room in the house, every closet, under every bed. There was no one there but us. He called my brother just to be sure, waking him up at our relative's house. My brother was confused, having been asleep for hours. None of us slept that night. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, waiting for dawn. Our cat stayed close to us, still on edge. When morning finally came, my father went outside to check around the house. In the daylight, everything looked normal. The tall grass showed no signs of anything large moving through it. There were no footprints in the mud around our house, despite the heavy rain. But next to my sister's window, he found something that still gives me chills when I think about it. Scratch marks on the wooden frame, deep grooves as if something with claws had tried to get in. They were fresh, the wood still light-colored where it had been gouged. My parents had the house blessed the next day. A local priest came and performed prayers in every room. My father also invited a manghi hilot, a traditional healer, who performed rituals to cleanse the property. They scattered salt around the perimeter of our house and burned specific herbs to drive away evil spirits. Whatever visited us that night never returned, at least not in such an obvious way. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and the power goes out, I think I hear that distorted meowing from the tall grass. And sometimes late at night, I think I hear knocking, very soft, almost hesitant, on my sister's bedroom door. I don't know what it was that came to our house that night. In Philippine folklore, there are many possibilities. An aswang, a capre, a tik-tik, or something else entirely. Whatever it was, it knew us. It knew my brother's voice. It knew which room was my sister's. And sometimes I worry that it's still watching, waiting for another rainy night when the power goes out and we're vulnerable again. Story 16. I still wake up sometimes gasping for air, feeling the phantom pain in my ribs and shoulder. It's been 3 years since that night in Detroit, but my body remembers every moment like it happened yesterday. I was 31 when I moved to Detroit for a 6-month IT contract. The company put me up in a furnished apartment that felt as empty as my life. I didn't know anyone in the city, and honestly, I wasn't motivated to change that. Back then, I weighed just over 300 pounds. I'd been overweight most of my life, but things had gotten worse after my dad died. Food was comfort, alcohol was escape, and online gaming was the closest thing I had to social interaction. At work, I kept to myself. I did my job, fixed their systems, and went home to my routine of takeout, beer, and whatever game I was playing that week. My co-workers would chat about weekend plans while I counted the hours until I could be alone again. It wasn't that I wanted to be lonely, I just didn't know how to be anything else. That Friday in late October started like any other. I wrapped up work around 6, stopped for Chinese food on the way home, and cracked open my first beer by 7. I remember watching some forgettable movie on Netflix, scrolling through my phone during the boring parts. By 11, I'd finished the 6-pack I had in the fridge and was feeling that familiar warm buzz that made everything seem a little less awful. I wanted more, not just more beer, but more of that feeling, that temporary relief from the constant weight of my own existence. The liquor store 3 blocks away closed at midnight. I checked the time, 11:28. I could make it if I hurried. I pulled on my hoodie, grabbed my wallet and keys, and headed out. The night air was cold, and I was sweating by the time I reached the corner. That's when I realized I'd taken a wrong turn. Instead of heading toward the main street where the liquor store was, I'd wandered down a residential street I didn't recognize. No big deal, I thought. I'll just backtrack. But after a few more turns, I found myself in an area that definitely wasn't on my normal route. The streetlights were either broken or dim, and most of the buildings looked abandoned. Plywood-covered windows, chain-link fences surrounded empty lots, and graffiti marked every available surface. I knew Detroit had rough areas, but I'd managed to avoid them until now. I pulled out my phone to check the map, but found my battery at 5%. Barely enough to see that I was about a mile from my apartment, in a direction I'd never gone before. That's when I noticed her, a woman standing under one of the few working streetlights, wearing a thin dress despite the cold. She couldn't have been more than 25, with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. As I approached, intending to ask for directions, she smiled at me. "Hey, big man," she said, looking me up and down. "You lost, or looking for something?" I stopped, suddenly aware of how out of place I must have looked. "Just trying to get back to Woodward Avenue," I said. She stepped closer. I could smell her perfume, something sweet and cheap. "That's a long walk from here. What brings you to this neighborhood so late?" Wrong turn. I was heading to the liquor store. She laughed. Well, you won't find that around here, but... She paused, moving even closer. I could keep you company instead. You look like you could use a friend tonight. I knew what she was offering. I wasn't that naive. And I knew I should say no, turn around, and find my way back to my apartment. But there was something about the way she looked at me, like she actually saw me. Do you know how long it had been since someone looked at me like that? Like I was worth noticing. I don't have much cash, I said, which was both true and a weak attempt to decline. That's okay, honey, she said, touching my arm. I'm not expensive, and I have a place just across the way, much warmer than standing out here. Every warning bell should have been ringing, but the alcohol had muted them. And beneath that, a deeper need, not just for sex, but for human contact, for someone to want me, even if it was just pretend. I followed her across the street and through an overgrown lot. We approached what looked like an old auto repair shop or small warehouse. Most of the windows were boarded up, but light seeped through cracks in a few of them. "This is where you live?" I asked, finally feeling a flicker of unease. "It's not much, but it's quiet. No one bothers us here." She pushed open a side door that creaked on its hinges. The interior was dark, lit only by a few candles placed on what looked like old oil drums. The space smelled of dust, motor oil, and something else, something sour and old. The woman moved ahead of me, her silhouette barely visible. "Close the door, will you?" "It gets drafty," she said, her voice echoing slightly in the empty space. I did as she asked, hearing the latch click behind me. She walked a few more steps, then stopped and turned. That's when she whistled, a sharp, piercing sound that seemed to bounce off the concrete walls. I heard movement before I saw them, two figures emerging from the shadows at the far end of the room. Men, both bald, one tall and lean, the other shorter but stocky. They moved with purpose, and that's when I finally understood what was happening. The taller one was holding something, a metal pipe gleaming dully in the candlelight. "What the fuck is this?" I managed to say, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. The woman's smile turned cruel. "Just business, big boy." I turned to run, but I was too slow, too drunk, too everything. The pipe caught me across my right shoulder with a sickening crack. Pain exploded through my body as I went down hard on the concrete floor. I tried to get up to fight back, but a boot connected with my side, driving the air from my lungs. "Look at this fat pig," the shorter man said, his voice almost gleeful as he kicked me again. "Thought he was gonna get his dick wet tonight." Another kick, this time to my back. "People need to learn," the taller one said between blows. "This neighborhood ain't for tourists." "We're gonna make an example of you," the shorter one added, crouching down to look at me. His breath smelled like cigarettes and something metallic. "Take your time coming down here like you own the place." I tried to speak, to tell them I was just lost, but another kick sent pain radiating through my ribs. I heard something crack inside me. The woman watched from a few feet away, arms crossed, expression bored. They kept at it for what felt like forever, but was probably only minutes. I curled into a ball, trying to protect my head and vital organs. My glasses had been knocked off in the first few seconds, leaving the world a painful blur. Eventually, the beating stopped. The taller man grabbed my arms, while the shorter one took my legs. They dragged me across the floor, my body scraping against concrete toward what looked like a smaller room in the back. Every movement was agony. They threw me inside and slammed the door. I heard a lock click into place. Then their voices fading as they walked away, laughing about something. I lay on the floor, tasting blood, feeling it trickle from my nose and a cut on my forehead. The room was pitch black and cold. I tried to move and nearly passed out from the pain in my shoulder and ribs. Time became fluid. I drifted in and out of consciousness, marking the hours only by distant sounds. Occasional footsteps, voices I couldn't make out, once the wail of a siren that seemed impossibly far away. When I finally came to completely, the darkness was absolute. My phone was gone. They'd taken it along with my wallet. I had no idea what time it was, but guessed it must be around 4 or 5 in the morning, based on how stiff my body felt and how dry my mouth was. I knew I needed to get out. The fact that they'd locked me in a room instead of killing me outright didn't feel like mercy. It felt like they were saving me for something worse, or maybe they just didn't want to deal with disposing of a body that night. I forced myself to sit up, biting back a scream as my ribs protested. Using the wall for support, I managed to stand. Though my right arm hung uselessly at my side, my shoulder was definitely dislocated. The room was small, maybe 10 by 10 feet, with what felt like a concrete floor. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out shapes, piles of trash and debris against the walls. The air smelled of mold and urine. I began feeling my way around, searching for anything that might help me. My foot hit something metal, sending it skittering across the floor. I reached down carefully and found what turned out to be an old hammer. The handle was cracked and the head was rusted, but it was heavy and solid. The door was my only option. I moved toward it, listening carefully for any sounds from the other side. Nothing. I pressed my ear against the wood, wincing as the movement pulled at my injured shoulder. Silence. I tapped the hammer against the door experimentally, ready to stop at any sign that someone had heard. Nothing happened. I tapped again, harder this time. Still nothing. After a few minutes of silence, I began to think that maybe they had left, or maybe they were waiting for morning. Either way, I knew this might be my only chance. I examined the door as best I could in the darkness. It was old and solid, but not metal, some kind of heavy wood. The hinges were on my side, which was a stroke of luck. I focused on the bottom hinge, the one least likely to make noise if I managed to damage it. I started hitting it softly, afraid that every sound would bring my attackers back. When nothing happened after several minutes, I hit harder, aiming for the pins that held the hinge in place. The work was slow and agonizing. Every swing sent pain shooting through my body. I had to stop frequently to rest, to bite back the nausea and dizziness, but I kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. After what felt like hours, I managed to carve a hole in the wood around the bottom hinge, weakening the structure. The door was starting to give slightly when pressure was applied near the bottom. I switched my attention to the middle of the door, where the wood seemed oldest and most worn. A few more hard hits, and I heard a crack. Not a loud noise, but distinct, the sound of wood giving way. I threw my body against that spot, and the door cracked inward, creating a jagged opening near the bottom. It wasn't large, but I was desperate. I forced my way through the gap, scraping my back and sides, biting my lip until it bled to keep from crying out as my injured shoulder dragged against the splintered wood. And then I was through, lying on the floor of the main room. Dawn light filtered weakly through cracks in the boarded windows, illuminating a space that was even more desolate than I remembered. The woman and men were nowhere to be seen. I struggled to my feet and limped toward the door we'd entered through the night before. It opened easily. They hadn't even bothered to lock it, so confident were they that I wouldn't be able to escape the back room. Outside, the morning air was cold and sharp in my lungs. I stumbled across the lot, heading toward what I hoped was a main street. I had no plan beyond putting distance between myself and that building. I don't know how far I walked. Every step was agony, but I kept going because standing still felt dangerous. The streets were still mostly empty, too early for normal activity, especially in this abandoned part of the city. A city maintenance truck drove by, slowed, then stopped. The driver, an older man in a reflective vest, rolled down his window and stared at me with wide eyes. "Jesus Christ, man, what happened to you?" he asked. I couldn't even answer. I just stood there swaying on my feet, blood dried on my face, clothes torn and dirty. He called 911. I remember sitting in his truck, shivering despite the heater blasting, while he kept asking questions I couldn't answer. The ambulance took me to the hospital. Dislocated shoulder, 2 cracked ribs, mild concussion, plus cuts and bruises everywhere. When the police came, I couldn't tell them the truth. I was too ashamed, too afraid. I said I'd been walking home from a bar and gotten jumped. Technically true, but missing all the details that would have made me look like the desperate, pathetic person I was. I didn't renew my contract when it ended 3 months later. I couldn't get out of Detroit fast enough. In the year that followed, I lost 60 pounds. Not because I had some life-changing epiphany, but because I couldn't numb myself the same way anymore. Food didn't taste like comfort. It tasted like nothing. Alcohol made me paranoid instead of relaxed. Gaming couldn't hold my attention. I still dream about that night sometimes. In my nightmares, I never find the hammer. I never break through the door. I just wait in the darkness until footsteps approach and the lock turns. But that's not what happened. What happened is that somehow I found the strength to stand up, to keep hitting that door until it broke, to crawl through and walk away. I don't know why they let me live. I don't know if they came back later expecting to find me still locked in that room. I don't know if they'd planned to kill me or just scare me. I'll never know. What I do know is that I survived, and sometimes that has to be enough. Story 17. I've always found peace in cemeteries. I know that sounds strange to most people, but there's something calming about the quiet, the well-kept grounds, and yes, even the spirits that hang around. I've been able to see them since I was a kid, and over the years I've gotten pretty comfortable with it. I don't make a big deal out of it, just offer a friendly nod, maybe a quiet good evening if I'm passing close by. Most ghosts seem to appreciate the acknowledgement. Yesterday evening was particularly nice for a walk. We'd had a good rain in the afternoon, and by the time I got off work around 5:30, the sky had cleared up. Everything smelled fresh, that earthy scent that comes after rainfall when the world feels cleaner somehow. I decided to take my usual route through Oakwood Cemetery on my way home. The cemetery was especially beautiful that evening. Sunlight was breaking through the clouds, making little spotlight patterns on the gravestones. Water droplets still clung to the grass and flowers people had left, sparkling like tiny jewels. As I walked through the main gates, I immediately noticed there were more spirits out than usual. They were just existing, I guess. Some were sitting on their own headstones, others were walking along the paths. An elderly couple was holding hands near their shared plot. It was like they were enjoying the nice weather, the same way living people would go to the park after being cooped up during a storm. I gave my usual nods and kept walking, not wanting to intrude. I had a favorite spot in the cemetery, this big section near the center where there's this massive angel statue. It's probably 10 feet tall, arms outstretched, wings spread wide. The groundskeepers always keep that area especially nice, with flowers planted around the base. I'd like to sit on a bench nearby and just take a few moments to breathe before heading home to the chaos of my regular life. As I approached my usual spot, I noticed something different. There was a group of kids, spirits obviously, playing around the statue. They were running in circles, playing what looked like tag, laughing in that way that only kids can. There must have been 7 or 8 of them, ranging from maybe 5 to 12 years old. I felt that familiar pang I always get when I see child spirits. It's one thing to see an old person who lived a full life, but kids, that's tough. Still, I was glad to see them playing and laughing rather than stuck in whatever sad moment took them. I sat on my bench and watched them for a while. They reminded me of my own kids when they were younger, that carefree energy, the way they could find joy in simple games. My 2 are teenagers now, more interested in their phones than playing tag. Watching these ghost children made me nostalgic. That's when I noticed him, a boy standing by himself about 20 feet away from the others. He was just watching, not moving to join in, not calling out to the others, just standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking at the playing children with this expression I couldn't quite read. Longing, sadness, something else? I'm not sure why, but I felt drawn to this kid. Maybe it was because he looked so alone while the others were having fun together. I got up from my bench and walked over, careful not to move too quickly. Some spirits get startled easily. "Hey there," I said gently as I approached. "Nice evening, isn't it?" The boy looked up at me, surprised that I was talking to him. He was about 10, I guessed, with dark brown hair that fell across his forehead. He wore what looked like school clothes, khaki pants and a button-up shirt, but they were from another era, 1950s maybe. "You can see me?" he asked, his voice soft but clear. "I can," I said. "I can see all of you. Always have." He nodded slowly, like this was interesting but not shocking information. "I'm Thomas," I said, not extending my hand since I knew it would pass right through him. "What's your name?" "Mitchell," he replied after a moment. Mitchell Higgins. Something about that name tickled the back of my brain. It sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. "Nice to meet you, Mitchell." "How come you're not playing with the others?" I asked, nodding toward the group of children still running around the angel statue. Mitchell shrugged, but there was something tense in the gesture. "They don't want me to play with them." "That doesn't seem very nice," I said. "Sometimes adults can help sort these things out." His head snapped up, eyes suddenly wide. "No! Don't do that!" He seemed genuinely alarmed at the suggestion. Okay, I said, holding up my hands. "I won't interfere if you don't want me to." Mitchell relaxed a little, looking back at the other children. It wouldn't help anyway, they never play with me. Something in the way he said "never" sent a small chill through me. It wasn't just the word, it was the weight behind it, like this rejection had been happening for a very, very long time. We stood there watching the other kids for a while. I started noticing details I hadn't picked up before. All of the children were wearing nice clothes, the kind you'd dress a kid in for a funeral or church. One little girl had on a frilly dress with a singed hem. A boy had what looked like burn marks on his face and hands. Another had a patch of hair missing, the skin underneath red and scarred. My usual comfort around spirits started to fade, replaced by an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'd seen spirits with the marks of their deaths before, car accident victims with broken limbs, drowning victims with blue-tinged skin, but seeing it on children was different, harder. "They were all mean to me when I was alive, too," Mitchell said suddenly, his voice flat and cold in a way no child's voice should be. I swallowed hard. "That's terrible," I said, because what else could I say? Kids can be cruel sometimes. I hope they change their ways soon. Mitchell turned to look at me directly, and I noticed for the first time that his eyes weren't a normal color. They were almost amber, with flecks of red that caught the evening sunlight. "I doubt it," he said. "They're mad at me because I'm the one that started the fire that brought us here." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. The name clicked into place now. Mitchell Higgins, the school fire of 1953. It had been one of the worst disasters in our town's history, a fire that had swept through an elementary school during class hours. 8 children had died, trapped in a classroom when the exit was blocked by flames. Mitchell was still staring at me, those strange eyes unblinking. "They shouldn't be mad," he continued in that same unnervingly calm voice. "I didn't mean for the fire to get so big, I just wanted to get out of the spelling test. I didn't know the janitor kept rags soaked in turpentine in that closet." My mouth had gone completely dry. I'd been talking to a child who had killed other children. Accidentally, yes, but still. "I was the first one to die," Mitchell said, as casually as if he were discussing the weather. "The smoke got me before the flames did. I was hiding in the closet where I started it. They found me after everyone else." I couldn't speak. Part of me wanted to run, but another part, the part that had always felt compassion for spirits, kept me rooted to the spot. This was still a child who had made a terrible mistake and had been living with the consequences for over 70 years. Sometimes I try to say sorry, Mitchell continued, turning back to watch the other children. But they run away when I get close. They've been running away from me since 1953. The children around the statue had stopped playing now. They were looking in our direction, their expressions wary and hostile. One of them, a girl with a pink ribbon in her hair and a burned arm, pointed at Mitchell and whispered something to the others. "See," Mitchell said, "they're talking about me again. They're always talking about me." The group of children started moving toward us, not running now, but walking with purpose. Their faces were changing, the innocent looks of kids at play transforming into something harder, angrier. "You should go now," Mitchell said, his voice suddenly urgent. "They don't like it when living people talk to me." "What do you mean?" I asked, watching as the children came closer. They were spreading out, forming a half circle around us. "They think I'll tell you what they do," Mitchell said, backing away. "What they do to me when no one's watching." The children were only about 15 feet away now, and I could feel a coldness radiating from them that had nothing to do with the usual chill of a spirit's presence. This was something else, a cold that felt malevolent, deliberate. "What do they do to you?" I whispered, unable to look away from the approaching children. Their eyes had changed too, darkening until they looked like empty pits in their small faces. "Bad things," Mitchell said simply. "The same things I tried to do to them when we were alive, only they can do it forever now." One of the boys at the front, the one with the burned face, smiled at me. It wasn't a child's smile. It was knowing, adult, cruel, his mouth opened wider than it should have been able to, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Run," Mitchell said so quietly, I almost didn't hear him. "Run now." I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and started walking quickly, not running, because something told me running would make it worse, toward the cemetery gates. I could feel them watching me, those children who weren't really children anymore, if they ever had been. I didn't look back until I reached the main path. When I did, Mitchell was gone. So were the other children. The area around the angel statue was empty, peaceful in the evening light, as if nothing had happened. I practically jogged the rest of the way home. For the first time in my life, I felt afraid of the spirits I'd always found companionship with. I kept seeing those children's faces in my mind, the way they transformed from playful to predatory in an instant. But mostly, I kept thinking about Mitchell Higgins, trapped for eternity with the victims of his childhood mistake. Was he a victim too? Or had there been something wrong with him even before the fire, something that made the other children fear him? I don't know if I'll go back to the cemetery anytime soon. I've always found comfort there. But now I can't stop wondering what happens when night falls completely and no living eyes are watching. What do those children do to Mitchell in the dark? And what might they do to someone like me, someone who can see them, who might tell their secrets? The cemetery doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like a playground where terrible games are played over and over by children who have forever to perfect their cruelty. And, Story 18. I'm still not sure if I should be writing this. Part of me feels like putting it down might help me process everything, but another part worries people will think I'm crazy or making it up. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I was always the skeptical one in my friend group. That changed after Mike died. Mike, Alex, and I had been friends since middle school. We were typical teenagers who started experimenting with weed and alcohol in high school. Nothing too crazy at first, just weekend parties, having fun, the usual stuff. By college, Alex and I had mostly grown out of it. We'd still have a few beers now and then, or smoke occasionally, but Mike went in a different direction. He started with pills first, then moved to harder stuff. We tried to talk to him about it, but you know how it goes. People have to want help. He'd always say he had it under control, that he could stop whenever he wanted. Classic addict talk, I guess, but we didn't know better at the time. Mike was always the life of the party, so seeing him spiral was heartbreaking. About a year and a half ago, Mike overdosed. We knew it could happen, but nothing prepares you for that call. I remember falling to my knees when Alex told me over the phone. Mike had been found in his apartment by his roommate. He'd been dead for hours. The autopsy showed it was fentanyl. He thought he was taking something else. I'd just spoken to him 2 days before. He sounded good, said he was getting clean. I believed him. The funeral was brutal. His parents were destroyed. His mom kept saying she should have done more, known more. I felt the same way. For weeks after, I kept replaying our last conversations, wondering if I could have said something different. The guilt eats at you. About 3 months after Mike died, weird things started happening. The first incident occurred at the bus stop near where Mike used to live. I was waiting for the number 23 bus to head downtown when I felt someone grab my arm, not like a light touch, a proper 5-finger grip around my bicep. I spun around, thinking it was someone I knew, but there was nobody there. The closest person was an old lady about 15 feet away with her groceries. I felt the imprint of fingers for several minutes afterward, like when someone grabs you too hard and the sensation lingers. I chalked it up to stress or lack of sleep. Grief does weird things to your mind, right? But then the dreams started. I'd see Mike clear as day, not like regular dreams where faces are often blurry or morphed. We'd talk about normal stuff at first, catching up like old friends do. In one particularly vivid dream, we were sitting on the roof of our old high school, a place we used to sneak up to smoke. And he told me he was sorry for everything. When I asked what he meant, he laughed and said, "For this, for dying, for not listening to you guys." Then he added something weird. He said he was going to turn me gay, and laughed. It sounds strange, but Mike was bisexual and we used to joke about this stuff. He would always tease that someday he'd convert me. It was just our dumb humor. I woke up from that dream feeling unsettled. It felt too real, too much like the actual Mike with his specific sense of humor, not like a dream version my brain cooked up. Then came the night that truly shook me. I've replayed it in my mind 1,000 times, questioning if what I saw was real or some kind of sleep paralysis. I had smoked a joint before bed, not unusual for me back then. I was drifting off, but still somewhat aware of my surroundings, in that weird liminal space between being awake and asleep. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my bed, like someone sitting on the edge. My eyes flew open, but I couldn't move. The room was dark except for the faint blue light from my phone charger across the room. That's when I saw it. Hovering just inches above my body was a silvery grey figure. It was unmistakably human-shaped, but without clear features, like a 3-dimensional shadow. It wasn't solid. It seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat rising from pavement. The shape was distinctly male in build, about Mike's height and proportion. I remember trying to scream, but nothing came out. As soon as I focused my eyes on it, the figure vanished, just disappeared. I blinked, and for a split second, it was back in the corner of my room, then gone again completely. The weight on my bed disappeared too. I shot up, turned on every light in my apartment, and stayed awake until sunrise. I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd seen wasn't just a hallucination or dream. It felt purposeful, like a visitation. After that night, other strange things started happening. I'd be sitting at my desk working and suddenly feel like someone was standing right behind me, looking over my shoulder. I'd spin around, heart racing, but my room would be empty. This happened at least twice a week for months. The weird thing was, it never felt threatening. It felt familiar, like when a friend sneaks up on you. Sometimes I'd be washing dishes or cooking and catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, like someone walking past the kitchen doorway. I'd call out, "Hello," but there was never a response. Never anyone there. One afternoon I was home alone playing video games, one that Mike and I used to play together all the time. I had the strangest experience of smelling his cologne. Mike wore this distinctive cologne that had a strong sandalwood scent. It was so sudden and so strong that I paused the game and walked around my apartment trying to figure out where it was coming from. It lasted for maybe 30 seconds, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. There was absolutely no logical source for that smell in my apartment. The incident that really convinced me something unexplainable was happening occurred about 6 months after Mike died. I was in the shower, eyes closed while rinsing shampoo from my hair. Clear as day, I heard Mike's voice say, "Dude, you're using way too much shampoo." It was so distinct that I yanked the shower curtain open, expecting somehow to see him standing there. Nobody was there, of course, but Mike used to make fun of me for using half the bottle every time I washed my hair. It was such a specific thing, such a Mike thing to say. I started researching grief hallucinations, trying to rationalize what was happening. But these experiences felt different from the descriptions I read. They weren't vague impressions or wishful thinking. They were specific physical sensations and interactions that matched Mike's personality. Around this time, I mentioned some of these experiences to Alex. I was nervous he'd think I was losing it, but instead, he got really quiet. Then he told me he'd been having dreams about Mike too. In his dreams, Mike kept showing him a specific song, one they used to listen to together that I wasn't even aware of. Alex said he woke up from one of these dreams and the song was playing on his radio, which had turned on by itself in the middle of the night, tuned to a station he never listened to. The strangest connection came through my mom. She's not particularly spiritual or religious, but her friend convinced her to attend this group psychic medium event about 8 months after Mike died. My mom went as a skeptic, just supporting her friend. She didn't tell me she was going. The next day she called me, sounding shaken. She said during the event, the medium suddenly stopped and said, "I have a young male energy here who's asking about someone named, is it James? That's my name." The medium continued, saying this spirit was a friend, not family, who had passed recently and unexpectedly. According to my mum, the medium described a troubled young man who valued their friendship and said he wanted me to know it wasn't my fault and that I needed to stop grieving and live my life. What's eerie is that in my dreams, Mike had told me almost the exact same thing, that I needed to stop feeling guilty and move forward. My mum had no way of knowing about those dreams. I hadn't told her. The medium also mentioned something about music being a connection, which aligned with Alex's experiences. I'm naturally skeptical about psychic mediums. I know they use cold reading techniques and make vague statements that could apply to anyone, but my name isn't that common, and the specific message matched what I'd experienced in my dreams. My mum hadn't given the medium any information about me or Mike. About a year after Mike died, I decided to quit smoking weed. It was partly because of a new job, but also because I wondered if the cannabis was somehow making me more susceptible to these experiences. Interestingly, after I stopped, the physical sensations, the touches, the weight on my bed, completely ceased. But the feeling of a presence watching me continued, just less frequently. The last incident happened about 2 months ago. I was cleaning out some old boxes and found a photo of Mike, Alex, and me from high school. As I looked at it, the light bulb in my lamp flickered rapidly, then burned out with a loud pop. Could have been coincidence, sure, but the timing was uncanny. I still occasionally feel like someone's in my room with me when I'm alone. It's strongest when I'm going through old messages from Mike or looking at photos of us. It's never scary. It feels protective, almost comforting now, like he's checking in. I don't know what to believe anymore. Was it all grief and marijuana creating a perfect storm of hallucinations, or was Mike's spirit actually reaching out to me? The rational part of my brain says it's all explainable, but another part of me isn't so sure. What bothers me most isn't the possibility that ghosts might be real. It's the thought that maybe we don't just disappear when we die. Maybe we linger, trying to communicate with the people we loved. And if that's true, how many messages from those who've passed have we all missed because we weren't paying attention? I still miss Mike every day, but the experiences have stopped being frightening. If it really was him, I hope he's found peace. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my room, I still say goodnight to him, just in case he's listening. Story 19. I've never told this story in full before, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 10 years ago, but I remember everything so clearly, it might as well have been yesterday. I used to be one of those people who'd roll their eyes when someone talked about ghosts or hauntings. I'd nod and smile politely, while thinking they were either making it up or had an overactive imagination. That changed completely after I lived in that house. At the time, I was sharing a rental with my cousin Anna and my then-boyfriend Tom. Tom worked at a camp on a rotation schedule, 2 weeks on, 1 week off, so most of the time it was just Anna and me. We were excited when we found the place, affordable rent, decent location, and it seemed perfectly normal at first glance. The landlord seemed nice enough, though there was one weird thing that should have been our first red flag. Before signing the lease, he made us promise not to burn candles in the house. Not like a casual "please don't burn candles," but a serious "I need your word you won't light candles in here" kind of way. We thought it was about fire safety, or maybe he'd had bad experiences with wax damaging surfaces. We agreed without thinking much about it, and moved in the following weekend. The first couple weeks were completely normal. We settled in, arranged our furniture, and generally felt good about the place. It wasn't until around the third week that weird stuff started happening. Anna was the first to notice something off. She came into the kitchen one morning looking annoyed. "Did you set the microwave last night?" she asked. I had no idea what she was talking about until she pointed at the microwave. The display showed 0:30, like someone had punched in 30 seconds but hadn't started it. I told her I hadn't touched it and figured maybe one of us had bumped it accidentally. The next morning, same thing. Microwave set to 30 seconds. We both specifically remembered clearing it the night before. After the 5th morning in a row, we knew something was up. It was such a small thing, but it was consistent and unexplainable. Anna was particularly annoyed because she used the microwave display to check the time when she woke up. Then we noticed the cat post. Anna's cat had this really solid scratching post that her grandfather had made. Heavy wood base with carpet wrapped around it. We kept it against the wall in the living room. One morning, we found it pulled about a foot away from the wall. At first, we thought maybe the cat had somehow moved it while playing, but that thing was seriously heavy. No way a cat could budge it. We pushed it back against the wall, but the next day it was pulled out again. Every single day, without fail, that post would be away from the wall when we woke up. The third thing, and this is when I started getting genuinely freaked out, was my bedroom fan. It had a physical dial with 4 positions: off, low, medium and high. You had to physically turn the knob to change settings. I'd turn it off before leaving for work, and when I'd come home, it would be running on low. I'd turn it off, leave the room to make dinner, come back, and it would be on again. This happened multiple times a day. We told Tom about these things when he came home from camp, but he didn't believe us. He's a total skeptic and thought we were exaggerating, or that there must be logical explanations. Loose wiring for the fan, maybe the floor was slightly sloped causing the cat post to move, stuff like that. I wanted to believe him, but deep down, I knew something else was happening. The real holy shit moment came on a Wednesday night. Anna's boyfriend had been over for dinner and left around 10. Anna and I were cleaning up in the kitchen when we heard this loud glub, glub, glub sound coming from the water cooler in the corner. We both froze and looked at each other, then at the cooler. The thing had been empty for at least a week. We were waiting for delivery of new bottles. But there it was, making those loud water sounds like when air bubbles rise up through a full bottle. My entire body went cold. Anna whispered, "Did you hear that?" I couldn't even speak, just nodded. We stood there paralyzed for what felt like forever, then practically ran to our bedrooms. I didn't sleep a wink that night, just laid there listening for any sound, my heart pounding every time the house creaked. Tom came back from camp a few days later, and at first he was still dismissive of our stories. That changed quickly. I was at work when I got a text from him asking why I'd moved the cat post into the bathroom. I hadn't touched it, and neither had Anna. When I got home, Tom looked shaken. The heavy cat post had somehow ended up in the middle of the bathroom floor. "I believe you now," was all he said. That night, Tom started feeling sick. He developed a fever, chills, and extreme fatigue out of nowhere. The weird thing was, his symptoms would improve whenever he left the house and get worse when he came back. When it was time for him to return to camp, he felt better almost immediately after driving away. The pattern became clear. He'd come home healthy, get sick within a day or two, then recover as soon as he left. This went on for months. Meanwhile, the activity in the house was ramping up. Objects would move when we weren't looking. We'd hear footsteps when no one else was home. The microwave would beep in the middle of the night. The fan kept turning on, and that damn cat post kept moving, sometimes ending up in completely different rooms. The breaking point came about 7 months into our lease. Anna and I were sitting at the kitchen table having coffee. The door to the small laundry room off the kitchen was open as always. It had poor ventilation, so we kept it open. We were talking about all the weird stuff, and I remember saying something like, "Well, whatever it is must be friendly because it hasn't hurt us, so we welcome you here." The second those words left my mouth, Anna's cat made this crazy guttural meow I'd never heard before. The cat was staring intently at the laundry room, back arched, fur standing on end. Then the laundry room door, which had been wide open, slammed shut with such force that it bounced back open. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet house. Anna and I didn't even speak. We just ran out the front door in our pajamas, not even grabbing our phones. We stood in the driveway, shaking, for probably 20 minutes before we worked up the courage to go back inside. When we did, everything was normal, but we both felt this heaviness in the air, like someone was watching us. That night, we ordered a sage smudging kit online with express shipping. When it arrived, we smudged every inch of that house, saying prayers and asking whatever was there to leave us in peace. It seemed to help a little, but the uneasy feeling never fully went away. We started looking for a new place immediately, but had to wait until our lease was up. Those last few months were tense. We avoided being alone in the house. We kept the TV or music on constantly, just to have noise. We stopped mentioning the entity out loud after the door slamming incident. It felt like acknowledging it gave it more power somehow. When moving day finally came, I felt nothing but relief. As we were doing the final walkthrough with the landlord, I worked up the courage to ask about the house's history. He was evasive at first, but eventually admitted that the tenants before us had moved out because they kept hearing footsteps in the attic. Heavy footsteps, like someone pacing back and forth, even though there was no access to the attic from inside the house. I wanted to ask about the candle rule too, but something in his expression stopped me. He looked genuinely afraid when he mentioned the attic footsteps, and I decided I didn't want to know more. It's been 10 years, and I still think about that house often. Tom and I broke up not long after moving out, for unrelated reasons, but Anna and I still talk about our experiences there. Neither of us has experienced anything paranormal since, which makes what happened feel even more significant. I've researched hauntings extensively since then, trying to make sense of what we experienced. Was it a ghost, a residual haunting, some kind of energy we couldn't understand? I don't have answers, just the absolute certainty that whatever was in that house was real and intelligent. The thing that still bothers me most is the candle rule. Why was that so important? Was the landlord afraid we'd summon something, or was he trying to protect us from whatever was already there? I'll never know. But I haven't burned a candle in my home since, just to be safe. I'm no longer a skeptic. Some things can't be explained away with logic or science. Sometimes you just have to accept that there are forces beyond our understanding. I don't know what was in that house, but it changed me forever. Story 20. I'm still shaking as I type this, even though it's been hours since the last incident. I need to share what's been happening to me because I don't know what else to do or who to turn to. Maybe someone here has dealt with something similar and can help me, because I'm terrified and completely exhausted. I'm 19 years old and live in Asheville. I've always been somewhat sensitive to energies and presences around me, but nothing prepared me for what's been happening these past few weeks. It all started about a month ago when my best friend and I were taking one of our usual night walks. We often go out after dark because it's peaceful and there are fewer people around. That particular night, we decided to walk along some old train tracks that run through a wooded area near my neighborhood. The night was clear, with just enough moonlight to see where we were stepping. We'd been walking for about 20 minutes, just talking about random stuff when I felt this heaviness in the air. It's hard to describe, but it was like the atmosphere suddenly became thick and oppressive. I remember stopping mid-sentence and looking around, feeling like we were being watched. That's when I saw it for the first time. About 50 feet ahead of us on the tracks stood this dark figure. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on my eyes. You know how your mind can sometimes make shapes out of darkness, but when I blinked and looked again, it was still there. This thing was tall, like unnaturally tall, at least 7 feet. It was completely black, darker than the night around it, like it was absorbing all the light nearby. "Do you see that?" I whispered to my friend, but by the time she looked, it was gone. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just my imagination or a weird shadow, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I felt cold all over, even though it was a warm spring night. We cut our walk short that night and headed home. I didn't sleep well afterward, kept waking up feeling like something was in my room with me, standing in the corner, watching. About a week later, we went for another night walk, this time to this little creek area we like to visit. As soon as we got there, that same feeling of dread washed over me. My friend felt it too this time. We both kept looking around nervously, and that's when she saw them. She described seeing 2 entities. One was the tall shadow figure I'd seen before, and the other was this smaller, hunched thing with a face like a twisted mug, almost demonic looking. I couldn't see them as clearly as she could, but I could feel their presence, especially the tall one. It felt malevolent, like it wanted something from us. We left immediately, practically running the whole way back to my house. That's when everything in my life seemed to collapse at once. Last Sunday, my mom passed away suddenly. It was completely unexpected. Heart failure, they said. I was devastated, still am. Then the very next day, my grandparents called to tell me their dog had died in the night. No explanation, just stopped breathing. And then, as if that wasn't enough, I found one of my pet rats dead in the cage, partially eaten by the other rat, which makes absolutely no sense, because I always make sure they have plenty of food. The surviving rat has never shown any aggression before. All these deaths happening so close together, it felt wrong. More than just bad luck or coincidence, and that's when I started noticing it in my house. The first time was just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, a tall, dark shape moving past my bathroom door. I thought I was just stressed and seeing things because of grief, but then it happened again the next night, and the next, always near the bathroom, always just at the edge of my vision. But 3 nights ago, I saw it full on. I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. As I was washing my hands, I looked up into the mirror and saw it standing behind me, 7 feet tall, so dark it looked like a tear in reality, with no discernible features except for what looked like 2 sunken areas where eyes should be. I froze completely, unable to scream or move. It didn't do anything, just stood there, watching me. After what felt like forever, I managed to turn around, but there was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, it was gone. I ran back to my bedroom and didn't come out until morning. I know this sounds crazy, but I swear it's real. This thing is in my house, specifically in my bathroom, and it's aware of me. It knows I can see it, and I think it's feeding off my fear. Last night was the worst. I was doing laundry pretty late, trying to keep busy to avoid thinking about everything that's happened. I bent down to pull clothes from the dryer, and suddenly had what I can only describe as a vision or some kind of waking nightmare. In it, the shadow entity was right there in the laundry room with me, reaching out toward me, trying to, I don't know, merge with me or something. I felt this pressure all over my body, like it was trying to push its way inside me. I could feel its intent. It wanted to possess me, to use my body. I snapped out of it when I dropped the laundry basket, the noise jolting me back to reality. I left everything there and ran to my room, called my friend immediately despite it being after midnight. She came over today to try to help. She's more experienced with spiritual stuff than I am. She brought Florida water to sprinkle around the house, placed protective sigils by all the entrances, and burned rosemary to cleanse the energy. I was hopeful at first, but while she was sprinkling the Florida water near the bathroom, we both heard it, this low, rumbling growl coming from inside. There was no mistaking it for the pipes or the house settling. It was a growl, like a warning. My friend looked terrified but tried to hide it for my sake. She finished the cleansing ritual as quickly as possible, but I could tell she was shaken. Before she left, she told me that what she sensed was definitely demonic in nature, especially the smaller entity, but the tall shadow figure was something else, something older and possibly more dangerous. Normally, I can create this kind of protective energy bubble around myself. It's something I've been able to do since I was a kid, when I felt scared or threatened. But with everything that's happened, my mom's death, the stress, the lack of sleep, I'm completely drained. I can't even summon enough energy to form that protection anymore, and I think the entity knows this. It's like it's been waiting for me to be at my weakest. Right now, I'm sitting in my bedroom with all the lights on. I can feel it in the bathroom across the hall, waiting. The door is closed, but that doesn't seem to matter. Sometimes I hear scratching on the other side, or what sounds like whispers. I'm afraid to sleep, because that's when I feel most vulnerable. I'm afraid to use the bathroom in my own home. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move out, especially now with funeral expenses and everything else. I've tried sage, salt lines, prayers. Nothing seems to work. It's still here, watching, waiting for an opportunity. My friend thinks it attached itself to me that night on the train tracks. Maybe it followed us home, or maybe it was always looking for someone vulnerable like me. Either way, it's here now, and I don't know how to get rid of it. The worst part is that I can feel its intentions. It wants to take over, to experience being human through me. Sometimes when I'm half asleep, I feel pressure on my chest like it's trying to sink into me. I fight it off by focusing all my remaining energy on pushing it away, but I'm getting weaker every day. Last night I swear I heard it say my name, not out loud but in my head. It was like a cold whisper directly into my mind. That's when I knew for certain that it's not just some random entity, it's targeting me specifically. I'm writing this during daylight hours when it seems less powerful, less present, but I can still feel it waiting. Night will come again soon, and I don't know if I have the strength to keep fighting it off. If anyone has dealt with something like this before, please help me. I don't know how much longer I can last like this. It's like it's slowly draining what little energy I have left. I just looked up and saw my bathroom door, which I definitely closed earlier. is now slightly ajar. I can see nothing but darkness through the crack, a darkness deeper than should be possible in the middle of the day with all the lights on. I think it's getting stronger. Vol.408, Story 21. I've never been comfortable telling this story, but I need to get it off my chest. I've kept these experiences to myself for too long, and maybe sharing will help me make sense of them. My family lived in an old 2-story house for almost 8 years. It wasn't particularly special, just your average suburban home built in the 70s with 3 bedrooms upstairs, a living room, kitchen and bathroom downstairs. Nothing about it screamed haunted when we first moved in. I was about 9 years old at the time, and everything seemed normal at first. The strange occurrences started gradually. At first, it was just little things, the kind you could easily explain away. Occasional knocks on the walls that we blamed on the pipes, creaking floorboards that we attributed to the house settling. But over time, these incidents became harder to rationalize. I remember the first time I knew something was genuinely wrong. I was home alone after school, sitting in my room doing homework, when I heard distinct footsteps coming up the stairs. Heavy, deliberate steps, the kind that make that specific creaking sound that only comes from someone's full weight pressing down on old wooden stairs. I froze, pencil in hand, absolutely certain someone had broken in. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs, continued down the hallway, and stopped right outside my bedroom door. I sat there, barely breathing, staring at the door handle, waiting for it to turn. Nothing happened. After what felt like forever, I gathered enough courage to peek outside. The hallway was completely empty. This became a regular occurrence. Sometimes the footsteps would go up and down the stairs multiple times. Other times they'd pace the hallway upstairs when everyone was downstairs watching TV. My parents heard it too. Dad would grab a baseball bat and search the house, but never found anything. Then doors started opening and closing by themselves, not violently slamming, just slowly swinging open when they had been firmly shut, or closing when no one was near them. Objects would move around or end up broken. Mum's favorite ceramic mug was found shattered on the kitchen floor one morning, though it had been safely in the cabinet the night before. My textbooks would be arranged in different orders on my desk when I woke up. Dad's tools would mysteriously relocate from the garage to the kitchen counter. We tried to laugh it off. Must be a ghost, Dad would joke, but I could see the worry in his eyes. Then I started seeing him, the shadow man. The first time was on a Tuesday evening. I was walking from the bathroom back to my bedroom when I glimpsed something in my peripheral vision. I turned and saw a tall, dark figure standing at the end of the hallway. When I say dark, I don't just mean shadowy. It was like a hole cut out of reality, as dark as midnight, absorbing all light around it. The figure was distinctly male in shape, tall and broad-shouldered, but without any discernible facial features. Just solid darkness. I should have been terrified, but weirdly I wasn't. Don't get me wrong, my heart was racing, and I felt that electric tingle of adrenaline shooting through my body. But I didn't sense any hostility from this entity. It felt more like curiosity, like it wanted me to acknowledge it, to see it. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds, though it felt much longer, just staring at this impossible dark shape. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I told my parents the next morning. Mom looked concerned, but Dad laughed it off as an overactive imagination or shadows from the streetlights playing tricks on me. But I knew what I saw. The shadow man appeared regularly after that. Sometimes in the hallway, sometimes at the foot of my bed when I woke up in the middle of the night, sometimes just standing in the corner of a room, always watching, never threatening. I never felt like he wanted to harm me, more like he wanted friendship or at least recognition. The weird thing is, no one else in my family ever saw him. They heard the footsteps, witnessed the doors opening and the objects moving, but the shadow man seemed to show himself only to me. I started to wonder if maybe there was something wrong with me, if I was hallucinating or going crazy. Things changed when Mom got pregnant. Throughout her pregnancy, the activity in the house seemed to increase. The knocking became louder, more insistent. Objects moved more frequently. The shadow man appeared to me almost daily, standing closer each time. When my baby brother was born, Mom made me promise something strange. She pulled me aside in the hospital room while Dad was out getting coffee, my newborn brother sleeping peacefully in the bassinet beside her bed. "I need you to promise me something," she said, her voice unusually serious. "Don't ever tell your brother about the shadow man. Don't ever mention it to him. Promise me." I was surprised, but agreed. "I promise, Mom." "Good," she said, relaxing a little. "Let's keep it that way." I never understood why she made me make that promise. Maybe she thought it would protect him somehow, or maybe she hoped that if we didn't talk about it, the shadow man would eventually leave us alone. The strangest thing happened after my brother came home from the hospital. I stopped seeing the shadow man. Just like that, he was gone. The footsteps continued occasionally, and objects still moved around, but my dark observer had disappeared. I felt oddly sad, like I'd lost a strange friend. My brother grew into a happy toddler. He loved playing with toy cars, building blocks and stuffed animals. He was a perfectly normal 3-year-old kid who had never heard a word from me about the shadow man or any of the strange occurrences in our house. Then one afternoon, everything changed. I was doing homework at the kitchen table while my brother played with his favorite toy cars in the living room. Suddenly, I heard him scream. Not a playful shriek, but a genuine scream of terror. He came running out of the living room, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. "The man!" he cried, throwing himself into my arms. "The man in the living room!" Before I could respond, something else happened. One of his remote-controlled cars came rolling out of the living room on its own, following him into the kitchen. The car suddenly turned on, lights flashing, and started spinning in circles on the kitchen floor. I stared at it in shock. The remote was still in the living room. He was tall. My brother sobbed into my shoulder, all black, so dark. He wanted to play with me. I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd never told him about the shadow man. I'd kept my promise to Mom. There was no way he could have known. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's no man there. You're just scared." But even as I said it, I knew he was telling the truth. The shadow man had returned, but now he was interested in my brother. This became a pattern. My brother would be playing alone, then suddenly come running, terrified of the dark man. And almost every time one of his toys would follow him, turning on by itself, moving on its own power. A toy train chugging along without being wound up, a stuffed animal dragging itself across the floor, a spinning top that wouldn't stop spinning. Mom and Dad were terrified. I kept insisting that I never told my brother about the shadow man, and they believed me. But that made it worse, because it meant my brother was seeing the same entity I had seen for years. Eventually, Mom convinced Dad it was time to move. She couldn't handle the fear anymore, not for herself, but for her children. Dad reluctantly agreed, and we found a new house across town. We hoped the fresh start would leave the shadow man behind. We were wrong. The new house was newer, brighter, with no creaky stairs or old pipes to blame for strange noises. But within a week of moving in, the phenomena started again. Objects flew off counters. We heard footsteps in empty rooms. Doors opened and closed on their own. And then 3 distinct things happened to me that I still can't explain to this day. The first occurred when I was alone in the living room watching TV. I felt something brush against my leg, like a cat rubbing up against me. Then I felt what could only be described as a tongue, wet, rough and warm, lick the back of my calf. We didn't have any pets. I jumped up, heart pounding, but saw nothing there. The second incident involved singing. I've always enjoyed singing to myself when I'm alone. Nothing fancy, just whatever song is stuck in my head. One day, I was singing in my room while getting dressed, and I heard a female voice join in. At first, it was harmonizing with me, barely audible, but as days passed, the voice grew louder, more distinct, and more threatening. The final time it happened, the voice wasn't singing my song anymore, but something else entirely. Something that sounded like a funeral dirge. I stopped singing after that. The third incident is the one that still makes my skin crawl. I had a tall wardrobe in my room, about 6.5 feet tall, solid oak, incredibly heavy. One morning I woke up to find it had rotated 90 degrees and fallen over onto my floor. But here's the thing. It hadn't made a sound when it fell. A wardrobe that heavy should have crashed loudly enough to wake the whole house. Instead, it had silently rotated and tipped over in the night while I slept just a few feet away. We lived with these occurrences for years. They never completely stopped, but we learned to coexist with whatever entity had attached itself to our family. Several years later, my grandmother passed away. She and I had been very close, and her death hit me hard. About a month after her funeral, I started finding pink lady apples in strange places around my room, on my desk, in my backpack, under my pillow. I hadn't bought any apples, and no one in my family admitted to putting them there. This went on for weeks until I mentioned it to my aunt at a family gathering. She looked at me strangely and said, "Pink ladies were your grandmother's favorite. She ate one every day." I'd never known that. Nobody had ever told me what kind of apples my grandmother preferred. To this day, I still occasionally find a pink lady apple somewhere unexpected. A small reminder that whatever is out there, whether it's the shadow man, my grandmother's spirit, or something else entirely, it's still with me, watching, waiting, and sometimes in the corner of my eye I still catch a glimpse of something as dark as midnight. Story 22. I've been going back and forth about whether I should even share this. My hands are still shaking as I type this out, but I need help and advice from people who might understand what's happening with my daughter. I feel like I'm losing my mind, and my husband thinks I'm being paranoid, but I know what I've seen and heard in my own home. My daughter Lily just turned 2 last month. She's always been a happy, bubbly little thing, rarely fussy, sleeps well, and is generally the easiest baby anyone could ask for. But about 3 weeks ago, something changed. It started with her not wanting to go to bed. She would cry and point at the corner of her room, saying "big scary ghost" over and over. At first, I thought it was just a new phase or maybe something she picked up from a cartoon, though we're pretty careful about what she watches. I tried the usual mom tricks, checking under the bed in the closet, showing her there's nothing there. I even bought her a little nightlight, shaped like a bunny that projects stars on the ceiling. It seemed to help for a night or two, but then she started waking up in the middle of the night, crying for me. "Mommy, big scary ghost! Big scary ghost watching me!" That's when I started getting really worried. Where would a 2-year-old even learn about ghosts? We don't talk about scary things in our house, and like I said, we monitor what she watches. She doesn't even know what a ghost is supposed to be, but she keeps using that specific phrase. Last Thursday was when things got really weird. Lily and I were in the backyard. It was a beautiful spring afternoon, and she was playing with her little plastic watering can, helping me with the garden. She was laughing and running around, completely happy. Then, out of nowhere, her whole demeanor changed. Her little body went rigid and her eyes got huge, fixed on something behind me near our back fence. Before I could even ask what was wrong, she dropped her watering can and ran to me, grabbing my hand so hard her knuckles went white. "Inside, Mommy! Inside now, big scary ghost! He's looking at us!" I whipped around to look at the fence, and I swear to God, for a split second, I thought I saw something move behind our old oak tree. It was like a shadow, but it was the middle of the day, and the sun was directly overhead. There shouldn't have been shadows there. I scooped her up and took her inside, trying to stay calm for her sake. But my heart was racing. She clung to me the rest of the day, not even wanting to play with her favorite toys. That night, she refused to sleep in her room. She kept pointing at her bedroom door, saying, "He's in there, Mommy, big scary ghost waiting for me." She slept in our bed that night, something we've never allowed before. My husband thinks I'm encouraging her fears by giving in. But if you could have seen the terror in her eyes. This isn't a normal childhood fear of the dark. This is something else. The next day, I was home alone while Lily was at her daycare for the morning. I was doing some work at the kitchen table when I heard the distinct sound of her bedroom door handle rattling. It's an old house with quirky fixtures, but this wasn't the normal settling sounds. This was like someone was trying to open the door. I called out, thinking maybe my husband had come home early, but there was no answer. When I got up to check, the hallway was empty, but Lily's door was now slightly ajar. I know I had closed it that morning after getting her dressed. I went in, and nothing seemed out of place, but it felt different. Colder, maybe, or just wrong somehow. Then I noticed her favorite stuffed elephant was sitting perfectly centered on her pillow. I knew for a fact it hadn't been there that morning because she'd taken it to daycare with her. I still remember standing there, staring at that stupid elephant, trying to make sense of how it could possibly be there when I had watched her put it in her little backpack just hours earlier. I called the daycare in a panic, and they confirmed that yes, Lily had arrived with her elephant that morning, and yes, she still had it with her. I asked them to check, and the teacher actually went and took a photo of Lily playing with the elephant and sent it to me. So how the hell was there an identical elephant on her bed at home? We only have one of that specific toy. I searched the entire room looking for an explanation and found nothing. When I went back later to take a photo to show my husband, the elephant was gone. This isn't the first time things have disappeared and reappeared in our house. Last summer, my car keys went missing for 2 months. We tore the house apart looking for them. I had to get a new set made. Then one day, they were just sitting in the key bowl by the front door, where they should have been all along. My husband's wedding ring vanished for 3 weeks last year, only to show up in his sock drawer. A drawer he opens every single day. At the time, we laughed it off as being absent-minded. Now I'm not so sure. Our cats have been acting strange too. We have 2, Milo and Sophie. They're normally independent creatures who do their own thing, but lately they've been sticking close to Lily. 2 nights ago, when we finally got Lily to sleep in her own room again, after hours of tears and reassurance, I got up around 2 in the morning to use the bathroom and found both cats sitting outside her bedroom door, staring at it. Not sleeping, staring. Their backs were arched slightly and their tails were puffed up. I opened the door to check on Lily, and they both darted in, jumping onto her bed. Sophie positioned herself right at Lily's head, and Milo sat at the foot of the bed, both facing the closet. They stayed like that until morning. Yesterday was the worst day yet. Lily has been refusing her naps, which isn't like her at all. She's always been good about her sleep schedule, but now she fights it with everything she has. I finally got her down after lunch, and I was so exhausted I fell asleep on the couch myself. I woke up to her screaming, not crying, screaming in absolute terror. I ran to her room and found her standing in her crib, pointing at the rocking chair in the corner. Big scary ghost sitting there. He touched my hair. "Mummy, he cold." There was nobody in that chair, but it was rocking slightly. I told myself it was just the motion from me running into the room, but deep down I knew I hadn't gone anywhere near it. I picked her up and she buried her face in my neck, trembling. "He says bad things, Mommy. He says he knew me before." That sentence sent ice through my veins. What does that even mean? How could a 2-year-old come up with something so specific and so chilling? She doesn't understand concepts like past lives or before. She barely understands yesterday versus today. Last night, I was washing dishes after dinner when I heard Lily talking in the living room. My husband was in there with her, so I assumed they were playing. But when I went to join them, Lily was alone, standing in front of the empty fireplace, having what appeared to be a full conversation. "No," she was saying firmly, shaking her head. "No, that's Mommy's. You can't have it." When she saw me, she ran over and hugged my legs. "Mommy, the big scary ghost wants your necklace." I told him no. I was wearing my grandmother's locket. It's nothing valuable, just sentimental. I've worn it nearly every day since she passed when I was 16. Lily has never paid any attention to it before. My husband came in from the garage just then, and I asked him if he'd heard Lily talking to someone. He said he'd been outside the whole time. When I told him what she'd said about the necklace, he suggested maybe she was just playing pretend. But here's the thing, 2-year-olds don't really play pretend like that yet. They don't have imaginary friends at this age. They can barely string sentences together, and Lily has never shown any interest in my necklace before, so why make up a story about a ghost wanting it? This morning I went to take a shower and removed my necklace, placing it on the bathroom counter as I always do. When I got out, it was gone. I searched everywhere, the floor, the sink drain, my clothes, nothing. I asked my husband if he'd seen it, and he hadn't. Lily was still asleep. An hour later, I went to wake Lily for breakfast, and there was my necklace, clasped around her favorite teddy bear's neck. The clasp is tricky. I struggle with it myself sometimes. There's no way Lily could have opened it, put it on the bear, and clasped it closed again. I don't know what to do anymore. My husband thinks I'm feeding into Lily's imagination, making things worse by acting scared. But I am scared. Something is happening in our house, and it seems focused on my daughter. I've tried to research child ghost sightings online, and there are so many stories about children seeing things adults can't. They say kids are more open to the paranormal because they haven't been taught to dismiss it yet, but this is my child. This isn't some creepy story on the internet. This is my baby girl terrified in her own home. The way she describes this big, scary ghost is always consistent. Tall, dark, cold. Sometimes she says he has a hurt face. I don't know what that means, and I'm afraid to ask her to elaborate. I don't want to put ideas in her head, but I also can't ignore what's happening. Right now, she's napping. In our bed, not hers. The cats are both on the bed with her, alert and watchful. I keep checking on her every few minutes. As I'm typing this, I swear I can hear footsteps in her empty bedroom down the hall. Slow, heavy footsteps, back and forth, back and forth. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. My husband thinks I need sleep. Maybe he's right. Maybe we're both overtired and Lily is picking up on our stress. But that doesn't explain the necklace or the elephant or a dozen other little things that keep happening. I just want my happy little girl back. I want her to feel safe in her own home. I'm sitting here watching her sleep, wondering if I should pack us up and go stay with my sister for a while. Would it follow us? Is it attached to the house or to her? I need to stop writing now. I just heard Lily's music box start playing in her room. It's one of those wind-up ones that plays when you lift the lid. Nobody's in there. Nobody should be in there. Story 23. I've never shared this with anyone outside our family, but I need some perspective because what happened to my sister still haunts me. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking a bit. I'm not even sure if posting this will help, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. My sister Alice and I were super close growing up. We shared a bedroom in our old house until I was around 6 or 7. Mom and Dad thought we were getting too old to share a room, so they converted the spare room into my bedroom. I was excited about having my own space. You know how it is when you're a kid. Your own room feels like this magical kingdom where you make all the rules. About a week after I moved into my new room, Alice came up to me at breakfast. She was eating her cereal, acting all casual, when she just looked up and asked, "Lucas, why do you keep watching me at night and never say anything?" I remember I laughed because I thought she was joking. "What are you talking about? "You know what I'm talking about," she said, getting annoyed. "You stand in my doorway at night. I see you." I told her she was making it up. We argued a bit, and I got mad because I thought she was trying to scare me or get me in trouble. Alice was 2 years older than me, so she liked to mess with me sometimes. I figured this was just another one of her pranks. But a few nights later, I woke up to screaming. It was Alice, and she was yelling, "Get out, Lucas! Leave me alone!" My parents rushed to her room before I even got out of bed. By the time I stumbled into the hallway, my mom was sitting on Alice's bed, and my dad was checking under the bed and in the closet. Alice was hysterical, pointing at the doorway where I was now standing, confused and half asleep. "He was right there," she screamed. Lucas was standing there watching me again. My dad looked at me, then back at Alice. "Honey, Lucas just got here. He was asleep." She wouldn't believe them. She kept insisting I'd been standing in her doorway, just staring at her without saying a word. I remember feeling really hurt. I hadn't done anything, and she was making me sound creepy. This happened again a few nights later. And then again. Each time, I was sound asleep when she'd start screaming. Each time, my parents would rush to her room, and each time she'd insist it was me standing there watching her. My parents started getting frustrated, thinking Alice was having nightmares or making things up for attention. After about the 5th time, my dad actually made me sleep in his and Mom's room for a few nights, just to prove to Alice that I wasn't creeping around at night, but she still saw me. One morning, after another night of her screaming, I found Alice sitting alone in the kitchen. My parents were still asleep. They'd been up half the night dealing with her nightmare again. I sat down across from her, and I remember how tired she looked, like she hadn't slept in days. "Why are you doing this?" I asked her. "You know it's not me." She just stared at me for a long time, and then she said something that made my skin crawl. "It looks like you, but it's not you. It's darker." I didn't know what to say to that. I was just a kid. I didn't understand what she meant. As the weeks went on, Alice started sleeping with her light on. She'd go to bed after everyone else and wake up before everyone. She looked exhausted all the time. My parents took her to a doctor, who suggested she might be having night terrors. They even took her to a child psychologist a few times, but nothing helped. The worst part was how Alice started treating me. She wouldn't look at me directly. She wouldn't be alone with me. If I walked into a room, she'd walk out. It hurt. A lot. My sister, who had been my best friend, suddenly acted like I was a monster. Then came the night that changed everything. I was actually sleeping in my parents' room again because I'd had a nightmare of my own. I remember waking up to Alice's screams. They were different this time, more desperate, more terrified. My dad jumped out of bed and ran to her room. I followed, staying behind him. When we got to Alice's doorway, she was pressed against her headboard, eyes wide with terror. "Dad, get Lucas out of here!" she shrieked. "He tried to attack me." My dad turned to me, standing behind him in the doorway, and then back to Alice. His voice was calm but stern. "Alice, Lucas is right here with me. He was asleep in our room." Alice's eyes darted from my dad to me, then back to the empty space at the foot of her bed. Her face went completely white. She started screaming and wouldn't stop. My mom had to hold her while my dad called for an ambulance because they thought she was having some kind of breakdown. The doctors at the hospital gave her something to calm her down. They kept her overnight for observation, and my parents took turns staying with her. I stayed with my grandmother, who lived nearby. When Alice came home, she wouldn't talk about what happened. She refused to sleep in her room. For almost 6 months, she slept on a mattress in my parents' room. When she finally moved back to her own room, she insisted on having a nightlight, and she started this weird ritual of turning off her main light with her eyes closed, then jumping into bed and pulling the covers over her head. I overheard my mom telling my dad that Alice was afraid of seeing Lucas standing there if she had her eyes open in the dark. Years passed. Alice gradually seemed to get better. She stopped sleeping with the light on when she was around 15 or 16. She started talking to me normally again, though there was always this distance between us that hadn't been there before. It wasn't until last month, almost 12 years after it all started, that Alice finally told me everything. We were both home for the holidays. Our parents had gone to bed, and we were sitting in the living room, having a glass of wine and catching up. She got really quiet suddenly, and I could tell something was on her mind. Then she just started talking, her voice barely above a whisper. "For about a whole year, I saw you standing in my doorway every single night," she said, tears forming in her eyes. Silent. Just watching. But it wasn't really you, I know that now. It looked like you, but wrong. Like your body was covered in this dark shadow. Like the hallway light was afraid to touch it. She took a deep breath. I'd talk to it, ask it what it wanted, tell it to go away. It never responded. It never moved. It just stood there, watching every night. I felt sick listening to her. I didn't know what to say. "The last night was the worst," she continued, her voice shaking. "It started walking toward me when I told it to leave. It had never done that before. It always just stood in the doorway, but that night, it came toward my bed. I screamed for help, and when Dad rushed in, I thought you were still there, at the foot of my bed. But then I saw you behind Dad, and I realized there were two of you, and then the other one was just gone." She wiped away tears. "After that night, it never came back, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was waiting, that if I let my guard down, if I looked into the darkness too long, it would be there again. That's why I started praying every night before bed. I know our family isn't religious, but I was desperate. I tried everything." I remember just sitting there, stunned. Alice had never been the type to make things up or be dramatic. She was always the practical one, the rational one. To hear her talk about this, to see how much it still affected her, made me realize she truly believed every word. "What do you think it was?" I finally asked her. She shook her head. "I don't know. I've read about doppelgangers, shadow people, all kinds of things. None of it makes sense. Part of me still wonders if I was just having really vivid dreams or hallucinations from sleep paralysis. But it felt so real, Lucas. It felt so real. I've been thinking about what she told me constantly since then. Was something trying to pretend to be me? Was some part of me, some unconscious part, somehow projecting itself to her room at night? I've read about astral projection and bilocation, but those don't explain why I looked shadowy or wrong. Some of the things I've read online talk about doppelgangers or even skinwalkers, creatures that can take on human form. The thought makes me sick with fear. I keep hoping it was just her imagination, just a series of vivid nightmares or sleep paralysis episodes, but the terror in her eyes when she told me about it, I know my sister. I know when she's telling the truth. The thing that scares me most is that whatever it was, it looked like me. It used my face, my form, to terrify her, and I have no idea why. I have no idea what would have happened that last night if my dad hadn't interrupted it. Sometimes now, when I'm alone at night, I catch myself avoiding mirrors. I'm afraid of what I might see, or what might be looking back. I'm afraid that somewhere in some other house, in some other family, that thing that looked like me is standing in someone else's doorway, watching, waiting, wearing someone else's face. I just want to know what it was. I want to know if it's really gone. And most of all, I want to know why. Out of all the forms it could have taken, it chose to look like me. Story 24. I've always considered myself an outdoorsy person. I grew up camping with my family, spent weekends hiking in national parks, and honestly never felt afraid in nature. That changed when I moved into my first apartment 3 months ago. My new place seemed perfect. Affordable rent, decent square footage, and only a 20-minute walk from downtown. The apartment building itself was nothing special, just a standard 3-story complex with beige walls and a chronically broken elevator. But it was mine, and that's what mattered after living with roommates through college. What the rental listing didn't emphasize was the forest adjacent to the property. It's not even a proper forest, more like a narrow strip of dense trees that stretches for about 2.5 kilometers alongside the coast. At its widest point, it's maybe 500 meters across. You can literally see through to the other side in some spots, with glimpses of the water beyond the trees. It should feel insignificant, especially compared to the vast wilderness areas I've hiked through before, but there's something deeply wrong with this place. The first time I ventured in was about a week after moving in. It was a bright Tuesday afternoon in August, sun high in the sky, temperature in the mid-70s, perfect weather for exploring my new neighborhood. I figured I'd cut through the forest to reach the beach on the other side. The moment I stepped onto the dirt path, a weight settled on my chest. It wasn't physical, more like an awareness that made my skin prickle. The sensation of being watched hit me so suddenly that I actually turned around, convinced someone was standing right behind me. There was nobody there, just the path stretching back toward the apartment complex. I laughed it off and continued walking. The forest was actually quite beautiful in the daylight, tall pines and oaks with sunlight filtering through the canopy. Birds were chirping, a light breeze rustled the leaves, all perfectly normal. Yet the feeling of being observed never dissipated. If anything, it intensified with each step I took deeper into the woods. "This is ridiculous," I remember muttering to myself. I'd backpacked alone through much more remote wilderness without this irrational fear. The path wasn't even that secluded. It's a public trail that locals use regularly. Through breaks in the trees, I could see the water beyond, confirmed that I was alone, and still, something felt wrong. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the other side. When I finally emerged at the beach 20 minutes later, the relief was instant, like walking out from under a dark cloud. The oppressive feeling vanished completely. Over the next few weeks, I used that path a couple more times, always during daylight hours. The sensation remained consistent, an uncomfortable awareness of being scrutinized by unseen observers. I started noticing other peculiar things too, like how the birds would go quiet as I passed certain sections, or how the temperature seemed to drop in specific spots regardless of the weather. Then I observed something really strange. While walking one morning, I passed a guy with his golden retriever. The dog, a breed typically overjoyed by outdoor adventures, was practically cowering, tail tucked between its legs. The owner kept tugging on the leash, looking embarrassed as he mumbled, "He never acts like this." Later that week at a local cafe, I casually mentioned the forest path to the barista. Her expression changed immediately. "Oh, you mean the evil woods," she said, lowering her voice. "Most locals avoid it if they can." "Evil woods," I repeated, thinking she was joking. She shrugged. "That's what people around here call it. Been that way for generations. My grandmother used to tell me stories about it." When I pressed for details, she just shook her head. "Just weird stuff. People seeing things, hearing things, probably just stories." I should have listened. I should have found another route to the beach. But something about the forest's reputation nagged at me. I've never believed in the supernatural, and I hate the idea of letting irrational fears control my behavior. So last Wednesday, I made a decision that I've regretted every night since. I decided to walk through the forest after dark. It wasn't even that late. Maybe 8:30 in the evening. The sun had set about an hour earlier, but there was still a faint glow of twilight on the horizon. I brought a decent flashlight, wore a light jacket against the fall chill, and told myself this would help me overcome the strange anxiety the place gave me. The moment I entered the tree line, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The watching sensation hit me with 10 times the intensity I'd experienced during daylight hours. The air felt physically heavier, pressing against my skin like I was walking underwater. The beam of my flashlight seemed dimmer than it should have been, barely penetrating the darkness beyond a few feet. I considered turning back, but stubbornness pushed me forward. "It's all in your head," I told myself. Just power through it. About 5 minutes into my walk, the first anomaly appeared. Initially, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A small glowing point drifting between distant trees. It was about the size of a golf ball, emitting a pale bluish-white light. My first rational explanation was that someone else was in the forest with a flashlight, but the light moved in ways that didn't make sense. It floated smoothly, weaving between trees with deliberate, fluid movements. I froze in place, tracking it with my eyes. Then another appeared to my right, this one larger, maybe the size of a basketball, hovering about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Unlike the first light, this one pulsed slightly, brightening and dimming in a rhythm that felt almost alive. My heart hammered in my chest. The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Fireflies? No, they don't get that big. And it's the wrong season. Boats on the water with lights? I moved to a spot where I could see the coastline through the trees. The water was empty and dark. While I stood there, more lights appeared until I counted at least a dozen of them, floating silently through the forest. They moved independently of each other, but with purpose, as if searching for something, or someone. The largest one, about the size of a beach ball, drifted in my direction. I watched, paralyzed as it approached, hovering about 10 meters above the path ahead of me. It stopped there, pulsing more rapidly now, like a heartbeat accelerating. Was it examining me? That's when the whispering started. I can't describe it as actual words, more like the sound of dozens of voices murmuring just below the threshold of comprehension. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, rising from the ground, falling from the branches, surrounding me completely. Pure animal panic took over. I turned and ran back the way I'd come, not caring about the path, just desperate to escape. Branches whipped my face and arms as I crashed through underbrush. The lights followed, keeping pace effortlessly, their movements becoming more erratic and excited. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. The watching feeling intensified until I felt physically crushed by the weight of attention focused on me. Through gaps in the trees, I could see my apartment building in the distance, its windows glowing like salvation. I don't remember exactly how I made it home. My memories of those final minutes in the forest are fragmented. Flashes of terror, running until my lungs burned, the lights pursuing me all the way to the tree line. When I finally burst out of the forest, I collapsed onto the pavement, gasping for breath. When I looked back, the lights had stopped at the edge of the trees, hovering there like sentinels, marking a boundary. That was 4 days ago. I haven't set foot in the forest since. I've taken the long way around, adding 40 minutes to my commute just to avoid those trees. At night, I keep my blinds closed tight, but sometimes I swear I can see faint glowing points moving between the distant trees when I look out my kitchen window. Yesterday, I tried researching the history of the area, looking for anything that might explain what I experienced. The library's local history section had surprisingly little information about the forest itself, though I did find mentions of indigenous legends about spirit lights in the region dating back centuries. An elderly librarian noticed my research focus and approached my table. Without preamble, she asked if I'd seen them too. When I asked what she meant, she just smiled sadly and said, "The forest has always been a thin place. Best to leave it be. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I can't afford to break my lease and move, but I don't think I can live with this knowledge either, that just beyond my window exists something that defies rational explanation, something ancient and watchful that manifests as floating lights and whispered voices. What terrifies me most isn't what I saw that night. It's the growing certainty that the forest noticed me too, that by entering its domain after dark, I somehow drew attention to myself. Last night, I woke at 3 in the morning to find a single ball of light hovering outside my 4th-floor bedroom window, pulsating softly in that same living rhythm. When I blinked, it was gone. But the feeling of being watched remains.